surprise too. Nothing in particular, but I suppose it does make sense that I would say something like that in light of the fact that I'm doing things at this particular time of day. In the event that anybody might be around to catch them, but yes, hello Burn. And hello to whosoever else may choose to exist during this time, and it occurs to me that I probably shouldn't even use this or switch to this particular screen, because this is the one that I'm probably going to be using for this whole thing, since I'm just going to go ahead and jump straight into the thing. Probably a good idea, given that I think this was supposed to drop about just about an hour ago at about 12 my time. Which, at least it actually did, as far as I can tell. Drop at precisely that time. This thing, which I will attempt to make visible in just a second. Here we go. It actually did drop this time today, as opposed to a couple days ago, which is when they accidentally made that tweet with the trailer saying that, hey, the demo's out now, but turns out it wasn't actually out yet until today, until just about an hour ago. But hey, it seems to be out now, just like this Ragnarok Canyon from Battletoads is out of time to play, and I guess I can just acknowledge the fact that the next song here, if I let it keep playing, would be this one, the Game Over theme from Donkey Kong Country 1, which is oddly fitting given that, much like Battletoads, is actually, oh Jesus, this actually is a David Wise song as well, but perhaps not one that I would readily recognize, or recognize as readily as some of the other ones, because I didn't play the KC one as much as some of the other games that he scored, but anyhow, this time I will actually fade it out for real, and also go ahead and, well, you can't really tell from these sound effects, but from that little fanfare that I just played there, I'm pretty sure the sound's not quite working right. And I don't think there's really anything that I can do to try and test whether or not it's gonna work right before I actually start playing something, so I just will just go ahead and get started into it. As you can see, I also have the game card version of TWEWY Final Remix put in, because I figured, hey, I'm actually kind of close to 100%ing that game, or at least 100%ing the parts that matter, which aren't just grinding out all the fucking excruciating individual Esper points, which aren't acquired by doing anything else to technically attain through 100% in that game. You just have to like do a lot of mindless grinding that doesn't necessarily relate to everything else, but I mean, I figured that I at least want to get all the secret reports, which I haven't quite done because I didn't complete the stuff in another day yet, but anyway. Let's pretend that I probably did all that already as I head into the demo version for Neo 2E, a game that I've been waiting for since, I would say since the original came out, but that's probably not necessarily true. Since I didn't play the original right when it came out, I played it sometime in the late 2000s, though. I would say about 2008, which probably wasn't even that far off. No, I'm pretty sure it came out in 2007, so definitely not that far off from the actual initial release dates. Also, since I am doing this in the middle of the day this time, there is a lot more strong possibility that random loud noises will be heard in the background, but hopefully that won't be an issue. Yeah, surprise, I've never run this before, so there is no save file. What a surprise. Some demo content may differ from the final product. Party members will max out at level 15, you can only own up to 10 copies of the same pin. Further duplicates will be discarded. Demo version save files can be transferred to the final game. And I get the feeling that much like with the Monster Hunter Rise demo, I probably won't do that just because I want to, I guess, try to get in the final game. Which will definitely be coming to my mids and probably to stream as well. Pretty much as it comes out, as soon as I figure out like the best option for me to get it in a timely fashion, without, I don't know, without, let's say, unnecessary stuff being put on top of the regular expenses, but anyhow. Nintendo eShop is kind of a moot point right now, given that the game's not out yet, but what options do we have before we get into this? Vibration feature, display subtitles on, why would you have that off? Playing on, dialogue autoplay on, I guess I'm gonna put this, I don't know, does dialogue autoplay apply to stuff that is just text boxes or to actual voice acting stuff? If so, then I guess it actually would make sense to have that on. But let's see, speaking of that, we got voices, we got sound effect, we got music, and we got the language, which... technically the same language that actually the original in it, so might as well just keep it at that. I mean, some people I know, some people which are nice people, but which seem to have a weird fixation with this kind of thing, where if they see this option they will immediately do this and never look back, but I like to keep it this way. Why not? You can actually play it by ear this way. Okay, we'll go with these settings. I don't think that we really need any further preamble, so let's just go ahead and go straight into it. This game, of which I think some degree of plot details have been revealed via the trailers, but I haven't really been paying too much attention to those, and it's probably a good thing. Something that I probably should do as well, though, before this actually comes out fully, is finish that anime adaptation of the original game that was coming out, and that I think might actually have the final episode debut today, or it's either the last one or the second to the last one, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that I saw something like that. Perhaps there was something integrated into that version that would also tie in with the extra episode stuff that they put into the post-game of the Switch version of the first game. Which I also did stream back when that came out, so... what do we got though? We got a pretty timely looking fashion. Oh boy. I turned it on auto. Well, I thought it was on auto, and I guess it is still on auto, but... honestly, I'm gonna say that if this is just text, I'm probably just gonna at least... it looks like you can turn auto on and off pretty easily anyway, so I'm just gonna do this manually. Come to Wunafo, 10-4. 104. I'm pretty sure that they made a point in the original game's text. Oh, Wunafo, oh my god. They made a point in the original game's text of making sure that you knew that it was supposed to be pronounced 10-4 specifically, but now they're changing it up. There's probably a reason for that. Listen, thank you 3 times and stickers. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever actually used something like that in all the many years that I've actually been making use.
Wonderful it is then.
Oh boy. Okay, well now we got actual voice acting. And here he is. Rino Kanade? Rindo Kanade? It's one of those two things. Investigate icons while you're out in the town as they may trigger special events in the middle and in the bottom left are getting handy too. And well, we actually got a like weird kind of 3D interface going on. What a strange change. Showroom's crowded today. Also, available for pre-purchase, I guess, but I'm not gonna purchase it digitally, probably. I'm definitely gonna try to go for a physical version, so that's a completely moot message. What I wonder. Where am I going? 10-4's not this way. I guess the no entry thing that we can actually kind of clearly see over there indicates that as well. But let me check something. Okay, that's where I actually go, but if I go this way, okay. Well, might as well take a look around. I'm pretty sure this should come as no surprise, but... should come as no surprise, but the aesthetics of what I can see here so far remind me a little bit of Jet Set Radio. Lightly love that game I did play, which I'm pretty sure was also all on stream, fun fact. And I say it should be no surprise given that I'm pretty sure that game and this one are based, and the original TWEWY for that matter, are all based around the same area.
Hey! Oh.
Guess if you approach the people who have these symbols, or just groups of people that are stationary, you can overhear dialogue, which I'm guessing is going to be a bit of a prelude to the... you know, the good old use the pin to read people's minds mechanic that we got in the original TWEWY, which I'm guessing will also be present here before too long. sure enough. Oh boy, well, hold on. I'm just kind of trying buttons there for a moment before I actually try to move on to the next screen here, and we can change... Nothing in the screen apparently. This one is brought up by pressing plus. If I press minus, it brings up the actual options menu, I guess. You can change all this stuff without having to go to the title screen except for the language, it seems. And if I press X, though, it brings me to the... I guess to the screen where I can only see this. Never mind, I can actually change this as well to streets. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, the original TWEWY had a map like this as well, and I don't think I ever really understood how to read it. It was kind of easier to just figure out where all the connections were on the screen, since the screens didn't really move all that much. They were all 2D and they had a stationary camera angle. What do we got here? Swag stash. Check out the various swag you've snagged over the course of your journey from the collection section of the records menu. Think you have what it takes to complete this extensive collection? Well, gee, I don't know. I mean, it takes a lot of mindless grinding to also try to collect or complete the item collection in TWEWY 1, as I was able to find out in my attempts at 100%ing that one. 333 pins. I don't even know. I think that's probably not that many more than there were in the original with the final remix pins, but I don't know. What are these books? It's the tutorial for this one. In the books in the... yeah. In the original TWEWY were pretty much just the tutorials that you got, which were just like individual single text boxes that you could review. Oh no, they don't have eyes. I took their eyes. Well, I shouldn't wonder about that. Hello, world. Apparently we only have one of them, and I'm guessing that it's not the one that I'm hearing right now. Is it? Or is it not? No, it is in fact the one that I'm hearing right now, the one in the menu. That's somehow a little unexpected. Oh, you can zoom in and out of this map.
What to do?
Yep, with fret outside 10.4 or 104, as I guess they want me to call it in this version. But whatever this track that's playing right now, which strangely enough... well, I say strangely enough, but I don't know if I was expecting it or not. It doesn't seem like you can glean whatever the name of the track is just from the screen. Okay, let's actually go in the direction that we're supposed to this time. Gravel Crossing should be just one screen away from 10.4 or 104 or whatever you want to call it, if it's anything like the original TWEWY, and apparently it is. Swallow. I wonder if they found something good on Fango. Fangio. Hey, Ring Dragon, hope you're not too tired from exams. Some days it feels like nothing spawns but trash. Though, you know, if any rare monsters pop on my radar, oh boy. Regarding meta, no doubt. See that button to sift through Rindo's thoughts. He jots down all the important information he learns, so review what he's recorded if you ever feel stuck. It's just like the tap this part of the screen to look at the Reaper's message thing from the original, I guess. Again, apparently this exactly has the same, or has exactly the same effect as if you just press the X button, just brings you to the screen. Alright. Which star should we hit up first? Oh goodness. Ovi. Does anyone actually say Ovi? I'm pretty sure the only time that I've heard anything like that come out of an actual person's mouth is when a phone app called Ovi, or spelled OVI, was being advertised. I thought that they might be saying some kind of stupid construction like that, but no. They were advertising something. And there's a person I want to meet up with, or I'm supposed to meet up with. I don't actually want to meet up with that person quite yet. Let's get all this extremely vital extra dialogue from these eyeless people. Probably plays that old ramen shop. A lot of which seem to, well, I mean, I guess if we're gonna get a lot of sort of generic dialogue from faceless characters, nameless characters, then it makes sense that they would all, a lot of them share the same template, kind of like the actual random passersby that you see on the streets in the TWEWY original. Alright, I think we've seen enough. Could talk to that guy, or we could try to go up the stairs, which maybe let us actually go in the building. Well, or maybe not. Let us go in this balcony area. Okay. Perhaps that will be expanded upon in just a moment. What if I actually do try to go in the building? Seems like this would be the way. Apparently it's not quite that simple. Alright, let's just... You exist.
My Rin dude!
Oh boy.
You finally made it!
Tosai Furusawa?
Yeah, no thanks to you.
My bad. Anyway, I had to line up for a little something I've had my eye on.
Okay.
Well, don't you want to know what I bought?
Not really.
Oh, you're killing me. Give me a guess.
Fine. Clothes?
Bzz, nope.
Bummer.
Come on, work with me here.
Fine, what is it?
Hint, there's one for each of us.
Some kind of food?
Ta-da!
What is it?
A Reaper pin, duh! Haven't you seen them on everyone's book bags?
Maybe?
Of course you have! Everyone's got them! Anyway, there I was, just checking the selection, and next thing I knew, I had 2 pins and an empty wallet.
You blew all your money on pins?
Not just any pins, Rin dude. These things have got value! Enough to make me, of all people, wait in line for them. Here, see for yourself.
Huh?
I mean, it doesn't seem like they're the same pins that were involved in that fiasco in the first game.
Watch it! If you lose it, I can't buy you another.
Dude, you practically threw it at me. Oh, thanks. Doesn't look that special to me.
Yeah, but it's definitely not the same skull design as the pins in the first game.
I'm
I
feeling
wonder
kinda
what that
hungry.
means.
Eh?
Come on, let's grab a bite.
We could, I guess.
Alright, now we just gotta figure out what to eat. I was thinking either ramen or curry. Let's head to Dogenzaka and go from there.
I mean, there's apparently 2 very high-profile ramen shops in Dogenzaka if it's the same
Let me think this through.
kind of locale as the one in the first game, so sure, let's go. Let's actually try to hustle along a little bit this time.
Hey!
Okay, I guess this, other than A, that didn't actually have any voice lines. That looks fine with anything. Well, I mean, what do we have? It feels like ramen, there's a place right over there.
Right.
There's also a great Indian place right around the corner. I want to check out that new curry place, which is separate from the Indian place, although it looks like it's not open yet. Tell me it's either ramen or Indian. Oh. Well, apparently we can't go into family store back here. Maybe we can go to High Ho up here. Or whatever this katakana says. What does that say, actually? Pork... Cafe? Orcs Cafe? Maybe. Is there anything else here that I can actually read? I wonder. There's another kind of word right under Bram's timing. Jinga? What that says? For some reason I can't quite make out, but I think that might be what that says. Maybe I'm reading the corner thing on the first character wrong, but anyway. It's one of the places we can go, it seems. And I guess the other one is all the way back over there.
Hey!
Oh.
I can recognize this sign. I don't know if I recognize it from the actual background that you can walk on, or if I recognize it from one of the battle backgrounds. I get the feeling that it might be the latter. Oh hey, there's something here. What could this be about? Is this a place that hasn't opened yet? Oh, okay. This must be that new curry place. Too bad it's not open yet. At least it's clearly marked. And I guess I'm going to check out the way, dude. If this is the same kind of a layout as in original TWEWY, that's probably the place that leads back to that theater place. What was it called? Something... East? Yeah, that's what it was called. And if I know too, it's gotta be based on something that's an actual place, but I sure can't remember what that would be, if I've ever actually found that out. I'm guessing this must be... Well, this is one of the 2 places. Don't want to make assumptions. Was a honk from the game or IRL? I wonder. Why does Frankie become a Triforce? Well, probably because the particular font that I'm using, this particular preset, is supposed to be from Zelda Meteor's Cap, I think, and it probably just turns any character that it doesn't automatically recognize into Triforces. That seems to be what happens based on prior observations. But we should probably go in the ramen shop, oh boy. How many people have screenshot this particular screen at this point, I wonder? Should we go for a noodle bowl or 3 or 5? I mean, I do want to go with ramen simply because I want to find out if this is... if this particular ramen shop is either of the 2 ramen shops that was featured prominently in the first game. Alright, ramen time. Thanks, Faceless Ghost, for serving us ramen. Oh boy, it's Hollow again. Hey, that's one of the fucking squirrel enemies from Final Fantasy V. That's definitely what that's supposed to be a reference to. Not the poop you wanted, but look what I just got.
Hey!
Like straight up, like I'm even gonna do this because I am entirely convinced that that's gonna be what that is. Hold on. In the actual translation, yeah, that was given to this enemy in the one that was made to run with the specifically the original Super Famicom version on emulator or what have you. I'm pretty sure it was called Nut Eater, but apparently, if I look at the wiki, the Final Fantasy wiki, it's also called Nut Eater officially. See if I can just go ahead and put that on screen real quick. Hold on. That just, I don't know, that surprised me. How shall I do this? Oh, I know. I'll put up a new screen. Inside just, I'm pretty sure that sound just now was me downloading that image, which I just found. Sure, image 6, and it's gonna be this one. I can actually locate the file. What the fuck? Hearing some interesting, very loud knocking sounds right now. And ordinarily, something like that I would possibly interpret to being meant to alert me to the fact that there was an earthquake going on or something, but I'm not feeling anything. Okay, well anyway. Hey, it showed up in the corner of the screen, but it's not good enough, clearly. There it is, straight up. Why not? Have that little Easter egg become ever clearer. I wonder if there's gonna be anything else like that popping up in these messages. Nutkin. Was it called Nutkin in the... oh god, and that's a Final Fantasy thing, so I guess that's also... I mean, it makes sense, I'm pretty sure they're both Y-square. It's supposed to be like a meta reference. Well, that person also has... well, that person being us also has a Moogle sticker. Where'd you find it? Shibuya. Showed up right in the middle of the crossing. No way, you're in Shibuya. Me too. Dang, we should meet up, mystery person. Just a friend I met through Fango. Is that supposed to be like Fate Go? I don't even know. Well, it's obviously supposed to be a Final Fantasy thing, but what's a Fango? A game. That monster collecting thing. I guess it's maybe supposed to be a very roundabout reference to something like Fate Go, which I don't even know how I would probably define that myself, because I've never touched it, but... isn't it supposed to be a riff on Final Fantasy and fucking Pokemon Go? If I had to guess. And I do, and why do I have 3 windows? That's why. Is it actually called Nutkin in the other translation? Let me see that. Yeah, never mind, it's actually called Nutkin. That's what the actual page for this is, but... instead of Nut Eater, it's Nutkin, but it'll still give you that page as a result if you search for Nut Eaters, which makes sense. Hold on, let me make these 2 things visible. There we go. Who is this friend and why haven't I met them? Well, technically I haven't either. They're at the Scramble Crossing right now. They were, but they probably left. Haven't even read my messages yet. They just texted you, right? Even if they left, they couldn't have gotten far. Still catch your friend and that monster. Two things with one you.
I mean...
Come on.
So we're going right back to the Scrabble Crossing. We're actually making this our objective. Trying to get... oh, shit. Oh no, another eyeless person bumped into me. What did I tell you about texting and walking? I mean, it shouldn't even be that hard to dodge people if you're at least half aware of what you're doing, but yeah. I mean, he's talking about that, and yet he's the one who actually managed to bump into somebody. Oh, and there's a generic Reaper model from original TWEWY. I wonder what that could be about. Is there gonna be some kind of mass murder? Is that gonna be our transition into the game proper? I wonder. Well, I'm pretty sure that Curry will have some kind of importance when we get into the actual game. Are these six eyeless women just hanging out with each other and not saying anything? I guess they are, because they're like standing in a circle back there.
So, who exactly are we looking for?
Dude, just forget it. Oh. What the? Whoa, what's going on?
Rin, dude. You okay?
The hell was that?
Whoa! Did you see that? They're shooting off fireworks! Let's check it out, Rin, dude! Dude, wait up!
Fireworks, which I guess nobody is reacting to, and also I'm gonna acknowledge that nuke vision that we had a while ago. Oh, this looks different. Did we die yet?
Whoa, it's like a movie! About people who can do that thing! What's that called? You know, the brain power thing.
What is that called?
It's gonna drive me crazy. Come on, think!
Oh, psychokinesis?
Bingo!
Fred? How come we're the only ones paying attention?
Maybe they're all part of the crew?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I'm starting to get one too.
Greetings,
Huh?
sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you.
No, I got a horrible feeling. Run!
A new game has finally begun.
Fred, look out!
I've seen this before.
I have. I mean, if we're able to see this shit, then it's probably not even that big of a deal that that just happened.
Fred, are you okay?
Wait, what's happening?
Am I being put into another an opening sequence to another Nomura game?
Sheeple of Shibuya. Got some red-hot news for you.
Or he's got a reset button.
No, I got
Just
a
different.
horrible feeling. Fred, run! Not that way!
A new game has finally begun.
I don't know what's going on, or what any of this means.
Just make it stop!
It's like a Final Destination situation when you're already in a Final Destination situation.
That was close.
Looks like the action is really heating up.
So did that truck crash also happen in the real world, or... oh boy. Definitely interested in whatever this track will be, but at the same time I'm wondering if this will get picked up by the ever overzealous copyright robots. Okay, for some reason I didn't get the impression that it was gonna turn into this song from that opening part. Even if just for a second. It's certainly a different kind of progression though. Alrighty then. I wonder if the lyrics are significant. I wonder if it's sort of like a...
So what game was that guy talking about? And why is it so dangerous?
I wonder if it felt like a spoiled stealth of... or no, the opposite of that. It's like a stealth spoil of the entire game's plot in the intro scene like it was in the original TWEWY, but if it is, then I didn't really pick up on it, so I have to imagine that it's fine. Oh boy. I think that we might be able to find out though very soon how the combat is gonna work, which is definitely gonna be a bit of an X factor.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Are you kidding? More new players? And here I thought I was done for the day. Rindo Kanade. Tosai Furusawa.
Can we help you?
Miss...
Shoka Sakurane, one of the Reapers. Don't play dumb. I saw your psychs. Which means now I've got to get you bozos registered.
Huh? Register for what?
For the Reapers game? Did you not notice that your phones got updated, or... Anyway, you're all set. Welcome to the RNS.
RNS?
Reaper Networking Service. Be sure to check the official account.
Official account?
Yes. And these are your starter pins.
What for?
You earn points with them. Earn enough points, you win the game.
But how do we earn points?
And what is this game?
Look, my shift's over. So ask someone else, would ya? Like another player, or another Reaper. Literally anyone but me. And I'm out. Later, losers.
Okay. Give the appropriate silence to each of those
Did
ellipses.
she just say Reaper? Like Grim Reaper?
I mean, that's what I heard.
Yikes, she was giving off some scary vibes.
Almost as scary as those explosions. Think those were part of this game too? What were those?
I mean, birds? Also, I sure do hope that more characters do that thing where they say their name either right before or right after their introduction screen pops up, because their own image covers up the display of their name when that happens. And I guess we're sticking with this new, more curvy skull design.
Where did this come from? Ah, right. Must be that RNS.
But wherever it came from, it looks like it replaced my usual app. Huh, says something about a team. Like a group chat? Wanna make one?
Not much point when you're the only one left in my contacts. Man, I wish that girl would have actually explained things.
Yo! You kids must be the newbies. Oh, fresh out of the box, ain't ya? Hmm? Hmm? Oh!
Oh ho? What's so funny?
You just couldn't help yourselves, could ya? Should have made a quiet move and teamed up with a pro, instead of painting a big old target on your backs.
Target? Us?
You start in last place. You get stuck down there. And before you know it, you get erased. You're one hell of a poison disc, bro.
Well, who are you then?
The name's Kaichi Suzuki.
Alright, maybe they listen to me.
But my teammates call me Suzukichi. We Ruin Bringers are the best team in the game.
Is that so?
By game, do you mean this whole Reapers game thing? Wait, why am I even taking this guy seriously?
Ha! You discs don't even know what game you're playing. I'd say it's only a matter of time till somebody sweeps ya. Won't be us, though. Not yet, at least, seeing as you're starting so far behind. Too bad. But hey, maybe you got some untapped potential. Only one way to find out. You want to stave off erasure? Then see if you can handle the noise.
I don't hear anything.
Do you even know how to scan, bro? You don't hear the noise, you see it. And to do that, you gotta focus. Close your eyes, quit thinking, and just feel.
Yep, that was the sound effect.
What the hell?
Whoa. What? And so it begins. Blacks played their disc, white to move. Every region is yours for the taking. It's flip or get flipped, erase or face erasure. That's how you play the game. A minute to pick up, a lifetime to perfect.
Flip what?
He lost me.
Don't sweat it too much. You ain't gonna get it right the first time around. So just play the game and keep it loud. And if I see your discs trying to make any quiet moves, I'll break the board in two.
Does he mean us?
Did you understand any of that?
How the hell could I? I haven't understood a single thing that's happened since you picked up those creepy pins.
Hey, can't spell confusion without fun, right? Never heard of a game where you see sounds or whatever, but it might be cool. Let's do it.
Whatever you say.
Wait, does that mean that we... Okay, never mind. I guess we haven't actually, or we don't actually get thrown straight into a fight from that cutscene directly. But let's see. You press R to scan, you touch the symbols representing them to initiate combat. You touch them by walking into them. Is that what that means in this context, I wonder? Let's see. I guess we can't leave the screen until we do something like that though, but this time the things preventing us from leaving a lot different. It's not just the wall of hexagons. It's also like a bunch of black lines with spikes in them. Scan and erase the noise. I mean, there's only gonna be one noise right now, isn't there? I guess we just... we can actually move around while we... which I guess makes more sense. Move around while we scan. We're supposed to actually walk into the noise symbols, I guess. Unless they follow you, which is also... yeah. It's also sensible, let's see.
Let's have a look.
Because apparently you can't jump or anything right now. It's also like thoughts in the air, but I can't really read them very clearly. It's not really the same kind of presentation as... oh hey, Hachiko's right over here, so... I didn't even realize... when, even though I started right here, now that I think about it. So we got Hachiko and the Scramble as part of one big screen, and whatever's this way as well. Well, let's quit and stall him. Let's actually just get straight into this. How is this going to work? Well, we can still move around as this happens, and I guess we can either fight by pressing the button or move around a little bit with that. I mean, that also makes sense, I guess, if you think about how that's probably going to relate to chaining stuff like in the original, but... Ringdo and the gang can tap into the latent psychic powers, almost said physical. Using the pins they've equipped, press the button assigned to a given pin to unleash its corresponding psych. Tilt the left stick to move the character you last used, target foes by tilting the right stick. And evade our attacks by pressing B.
I'm all set. It's go time.
There's like a twin-stick shooter, but you also dodge with B. Twin-stick shooter at least for moving and targeting. I mean, it's just 3 frogs. How hard could it be? Oh no. Oh boy. Okay, that is X anyhow. Actually, this is just slash and there's drop the B to which I'm not sure yet exactly what that means. No, is it like switching back and forth between the pins that you're using?
We got this. Wow, we really killed it out there.
Alright, we actually lost half of our health during that encounter, but I guess it's less twin-stick shooter and more switching. Yeah, at least we survived. Switching targets like in Dark Souls just by moving the stick to like switcher focus. And I want to say that this track that's playing right now reminds me of which one is that? Someday? Yes, Someday from the first game. Which I guess makes sense because unless I'm mistaken, I think it's Takeharu Ishimoto doing the soundtrack for both the first game and this one entirely. And also you'll probably still be hearing some noise in the background, both from some unexpected work that's apparently being made and also from the fact that it started raining really heavily just a few minutes ago, even though it's like 1:30 PM. Interesting developments. And hey, we did it. So how did we manage to do that? How cool did I look just now? It was like AR or something. Instead of augmented reality, it was awesome reality.
Hey!
And yeah, of course today of all days is when that had to happen, right where I am. But anyway. Just embrace the cool superpowers, so yeah. We're probably gonna be able to change our pins at some point, but I guess we only have like the 2 pins to start with. Well, hey, speaking of the songs that remind me of stuff from the first game, this one reminds me of Saturday Night. Is this a different version of Owari Hajimari from the first game? I get the feeling that it might be. The lyrics sound and just the rhythm of the lyrics sounds a little too similar to that one. Welcome to Reaper's game. Access the RNS, find the official account, today's mission here. Utilize your psychs to erase the targets. Receive your orders before the faithful dog. The path to the target shall open to those who follow. And yeah, to just spell out that it's probably supposed to be Hachiko. In order to all Hachiko and seeing for ourselves, of course, yeah. I wonder if they don't have to be dead to participate in the game in this one. You know, spoilers for the first one, but anyway. If you're not feeling a fight, select run away and your team will split. You won't be able to run from every encounter. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a different version of Owari Hajimari. So here we are. What the? What is it now? I was just taking my galaxy brain for a test run. Jesus Christ. Let's summon more of those monsters. I can take them. Or we could actually read a specific person's mind, maybe. Certainly I could hear these voices like the people around us. Their lips aren't moving. Like you're reading people's minds or something. I gotta say, they're really taking this being thrust into the game thing in stride, unlike the protagonists of the first game, but... Push the A button near one of these pensive persons to get an even clearer idea what's in their mind, but only for specific persons, even though you see this text is kind of going up everywhere. So what about this one? This is my first class reunion in 10 whole years. What if I do... What do I do if I fall from my first level over again? Should I break up my boyfriend? Well, might have a few issues if that's what you're thinking about, but I really can read people's minds. So is this part of the game too? How does that even work? What's the deal with this game? Are these new powers of ours? Do you think they're connected to those pins you bought? No pins, no powers? I mean, maybe. But I mean, I guess pretty much the scanning was also related to the player pins specifically in the first game. What did there was some other people around here have to say? Seeing karaoke solo in that screen up there. Is that a thing that has happened? How come we can read random people's out but not each other's? Yeah, that was also a plot point in the first game. I guess they're just hand-waving it without being sure of it right now though. But how can I read about the all you can drink now? It only lasted 30 minutes. We barely stopped to breathe, let alone talk, so you just drank and drank and drank non-stop for 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure you could pass out from that. Oh shit, we have seen 3 celebs already. Then other names that I totally remember seeing them on TV or somewhere. I wonder if I could ever see something like that. Right, yeah, seems like a good deal of these are just gonna be kind of a generic messages, which does definitely match up with how it worked in the original, but just now notice that apparently it says atypical tourist on the top left. Do the other people that are good read say stuff like that? I wonder what that means. But we had that exchange already. I mean, not exactly the same, but MUA in the making. We'll see what it was like. Falsies or false eyelashes, right? It took me a second to try to figure out exactly what that meant. Delusional schoolgirl. Didn't even notice that those names before so clearly. Now I have to go over all of these again and Starstruck housewife, yeah. And New Tokyoite. And examine and
Let's have a look.
scrutinize each and every one of them, and I guess more of them show up if you do a first scan, which also does match up with the original. But they made it out of the impregnable labyrinth-like dungeon known as Shibuya Station. That's a standard diver. Oh. So we're gonna have these like fucking Tales of exchanges when we're in the mind-reading space, aren't we? Except that they're just gonna happen by themselves instead of being prompted. Not shaken nor stirred. Pattern in my latte art is always exactly the same every time I visit Hachiko Cafe. But at that point I think you gotta question if it's actually being done by a human, but only my knees would stop shaking. Following my horoscope to a tea, drank some herbal tea, or my lucky color order my diary and even copied my nasty co-worker. Okay. Alright, I think we've had enough after this one. It's certainly if anything romantic this month, but I'm gonna ask him out anyway. Oh boy. I wonder if any of these are gonna have follow-ups, but yeah. I think we've fucked around enough. Let's actually see what we have to do in here as we meet this conspicuous guy in the Reaper outfit. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a few Hachiko-based stuff around Shibuya, if I had to guess, other than the statue of Hachiko, but does that guy over there seem kind of creepy? I mean, he's wearing a fucking red hoodie with a cap under it in the middle of the day.
Sup? Okay.
Can't be like that, you gotta play to win. Even though the winning requirements seem like they're pretty different in this version of the game versus the first game. Reveal the skull's true colors. Price in your own 2 skulls and figure it out. What are all these traps about? Well, I mean, it seems pretty obvious from my understanding, but I guess they're not supposed to be aware of that yet. Traps are a crosswalk, yeah. It's a scramble crossing, wow. That wasn't immediately obvious, I guess. We're supposed to mark places around the crossing. Once you figure out those skulls colors, head back here. Is that what the prompt said? Alright. I mean, we know that the one at the bottom left is the statue of Hachiko, but... let's see what else we do. Find the 4 skulls hidden in the crossing. Skull in spot A, B, C, and D. Okay. I mean, is there a skull right here? Perhaps a skull that I can only see if I use this mode. I might as well read the other people that are around here. Can't forget about the girl who smiled as she took the seat next to mine. At a table, apparently, not that it was or anything. It would actually be kind of weird, I think, but maybe you never know. Put extra chips in the chocolate scone can move today. I get the feeling that someone needs to know you for a while before they do something like that, but I don't know. Global report. Copy, paste, repeat. No, copy, paste, repeat. Actually, I read that as pasta the first time. Someone should make a documentary about my life. Someone should be forced to watch that, yeah. That's what. I get the feeling that that's what most people feel like
Let me think this
when it comes to their own life. But well, we should be right here, shouldn't we? The top left spot, which is the one marked A, and then there's a skull up on the sign over there, yeah. There you go. And check it out on the sign. Has that skull always been there? That makes A yellow. Was this wolf thorns always here? Well, I mean, it's been here for a while. Did you only just now notice it? I mean, everyone else is passing through it like it's nothing. It's just us. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that if we actually move up against it, it doesn't actually change the barrier itself. We got the freaking hexagons of lights. So just like, hold on. Okay, it's like left to right, up to down, so this would be spot B, somewhere around here. I don't know if it's gonna be on a different sign or something, or no, it's literally right up there on the screen. Any spooky, scary skulls around? Any very thinly veiled references to very specific things around? It's a pretty big deal. Gonna be another plane of reality or anything like that. I mean, that's just ridiculous and silly. Is there a skull on the ground? I can't say that I see anything right off the bat here. I probably want to clear that up before I click, but maybe not this time. Oh, let's just go for it. This is C, but no skulls, except the one in these people's heads.
Hey.
We need to actually, yeah. Okay, this time we actually need to scan for a hint. It's this guy, armored. I linked my armor to the tattoo of my dreams. Girl doesn't dig the purple skull, but I think it looks sick. Oh, so it's in this guy's arm, but it's covered up. Just a wash-off sticker. And yet it happened to be here right at the exact same, exact right time for this to work, this puzzle. I guess it actually is visible. Oh, there we go. Is it gonna be the same kind of idea, or is it just gonna be on the ground? I guess it is just gonna be on the ground here. On the manhole. No skulls except the one on the ground there, which... oh yeah, never mind, it's not the skull symbol that's on the pins, that's a bird noise symbol. I think we have to fight something, well, at least we can actually do it.
Let's have a look.
And I guess we got used to that idea really quickly. Alright, let's go. Using a psych, blah blah blah, but I mean we've probably just figured that out from the first fight if you didn't already know it. Oh boy.
Keep it together.
We're gonna be hearing some interesting can we actually reach that thing? Oh yeah, we are. Oh, come on. Let's see, can we actually reach this thing from where we're standing with the side jets?
Nice one, Rin, dude.
There.
Hey, not bad.
That isn't the ranged projectile one, but rather the melee one, but apparently that wasn't a problem.
That's not so bad, right?
Because we do, I guess, the equivalent of a cross combo in this game. They haven't really explained it yet, but it's gonna be switching between the different types of psychs or the two different characters, which I'm not really sure so far how it's done. It's supposed to be fun. Listen up and play along. You're so amazing and cool and good at everything.
Give me a break.
Hey.
And now it became a red skull. There you go. Fucking hard eyes. So D is red. So what do we do with this information? Do we just like turn it in, or do we notice the fact that I guess the blue one that I saw for a second back there has diamond eyes, so they're supposed to be card suits. The visual account just went live. Let's do it again. I'm not gonna say the rest of the line though. For Game Master Shiba speaking. Got some red hot news for you. One team has managed to complete today's objective. Somebody else already finished the mission. Unless that was us and we literally just finished the objective by finding the final skull. First of you might want to light a fire under your asses, especially if you want to be the first to take down the targets. So who's it gonna be? Deep River Society finally gonna pull themselves out of the gutter. Maybe even knock the ruin bringers off their throne and take the top spots. It's gonna prove they got the brains and brawn to win it all, so... It's another battle royale kind of situation, but... I mean, it wasn't really a battle royale kind of situation in the first one, where players are actively fighting against each other. Rather, it's more like... players are specifically paired up into twos, but they're kind of trying to work together all the time. Unless there's like some kind of objective that says they don't have to, they have to like actively fight. But I don't think there was anything like that in the first game actually. But this time it's like teams and they are fighting against each other. Windows group. Looks like somebody's not afraid of putting themselves out there, so I guess we were the ones that actually did complete the objective first. Somehow. I wanna hear that name thunder through the booyah. Somebody wrote that.
Hey.
What the hell is Rindo's group for? So I might kinda sorta have an idea of what it is, but you know. So window popped up asking if I wanted to create a team, like a group chat, right? Then you asked me to pick a leader, which was weird for a group chat, but I just kinda put your name there. Well, then I guess it went with the default name since I got tired of typing stuff, so Rindo's group. I mean, aren't they gonna be a team to begin with? That guy basically called us the superstars of Shibuya. Well, let's at least come up with a better name. Is it gonna be predetermined or... oh boy. Did you hear about the event in Shibuya? We're still able to talk to Swallow even though we're in the game, so... what could it mean? Some kind of game and everyone has to play. Don't know what it's all about, but I'm gonna make sure I win, haha. Let's get it with that Chocobo sticker.
Hey.
Sorry, we're gonna actually look for Swallow now? Yeah, coming up with a name is kind of the worst part of absolutely everything, though. We'll look at the arm art again from this guy. Oh, I guess not. We don't do that, so... probably figure out what suit it was, though, based on the fact that the blue one has diamonds, this one has stars. Okay, no, never mind, they're not just card suits, they're just like... random symbols, I guess. And yet I wasn't really able to pay attention to what the purple one was. Hey, we did it.
Yes.
Ain't you two the picture of confidence? So spit it out. Told you to reveal the skull's true colors, so what are they? Well, hopefully we wrote it down. A's yellow, B's blue. Okay, so C didn't even have a symbol, it's just like half circles. C's purple and D's red. Not bad for a couple of newbies.
Okay.
Head on through to Shibuya Hikari, whatever that is. Probably wouldn't be letting us through if we weren't, I mean, through to where. I don't think Shibuya Hikari is a name that sounds familiar to me from the first game. Take down the target there. I mean, can we do any more fights on the way there? Apparently we don't find any new noise symbols or anything. Let's see what this guy has to say before we leave. Gravel crossing is so cool, is that 10-4. And there's Shibuya Hikari again, even though that's definitely not a name that I recognize, but we're gonna go there now. Wherever that is. It's not this way, it's back this way. How about we bust some more noise in the way? Well, I mean, we only have 2 pins that we can use right now. Hopefully that changes soon. There's a boss battle coming up, my guy.
Give me a break.
I mean, is there even any noise around here? There's is that a taboo grizzly noise or just like a blurry grizzly noise? I guess we're forced to do this. An enemy with a psych under the right conditions to summon the circular beat drop gauge. Strike with another psych while the gauge is shown to initiate a beat drop combo and increase your groove. Which I guess is supposed to be like the sync rates. Pushing A button when your group is at 100% to unleash a mashup and bless your foes with a super powerful combo psych. Well,
I guess I could go a round or two.
Oh boy.
Don't take care.
I mean, you can kind of figure that that's what you're gonna do, but let's target the birds first. It's probably a smart idea.
Nice one, Rin, dude.
Okay, so we have like,
Nice one, Rin, dude. We won.
I think that, what the fuck? Why did we fight the bear? I thought we were targeting the fucking birds the entire time, but there we go, the pins leveled up. That'll probably help. I guess each of those pins is given to an individual party member.
Dude, think we missed a few. Where?
I didn't quite get that impression at first.
All around us? So if this is a game, is there a game over? What do you think would happen to us then?
Nothing good.
Is it too late to quit?
Can we quit?
Don't know. What if we tried logging out?
Of that app?
Yeah, and I'll call the devs for help. Reaper team, this feels a little unsafe!
What the?
Hey, did you do that? 'Cause it definitely wasn't me.
So, Zeta weak. Whoa, where'd you come from?
If those are the best equations you got, your days are numbered.
Huh? What did he say?
You two supposed to be players? Or are you just a couple pieces of trash that fell off the heap? Huh, doesn't matter. If it's the latter, then you're getting compacted with the rest of the pile.
Also, we immediately got the friggin' meme character as the new teammate. Okay. We brought a new pin with him, just the one though. All members on your team, the more signs you can use in combat. Hold down the up button to charge a power, then release to unleash an aerial. Release an aerial kick. Oh, this is different. I don't believe that it's the same voice actor here in the first game too, but hey, this is a remix of Transformation from the first game as well.
Ain't no stopping us now! Could have been worse.
Hey, I targeted all 3 characters now. Just charge this up to the point that it's gonna be... Oh shit.
Was that okay? Could be worse. Let's keep it going! It's over! Ain't no stopping us now!
We got this.
It's over!
Oh shit, okay. I'll hit this and it seems like a bit of a waste to do it against the freaking against the single frog noise that's already not even full health, but I guess I don't know how it worked.
Naturally.
Oh, look at that, we mastered the super basic pins that we were given at the very start of the game.
Crunch!
Dang!
He's incredible. What's his deal? Is he a player or something?
Whoever he is, he really saved our bacon.
Not sure he was doing it for our sakes. But he was a big help, that's for sure.
Hey, mister! Thanks for lending us a hand. We're kind of new to this game, so we need all the help we can get. You seem like you've been doing this for ages, though. Which team are you on?
If you think you stand a chance after that disastrous performance, you've set and miscalculated. Time for a little quiz. What's the probability of you two surviving the game? 1 zepto%, if that.
Huh? 10 to the negative 21st power. So that's 0.00000.
So you're saying it's really small, huh?
Not small, infinitesimal. So close to 0, the 2 points nearly converge.
So 0, basically.
But not precisely. The game's 142,857. Factor it out.
Huh?
Huh. The name's Sho Minamimoto.
Thought you should know that already.
I don't follow the associative property like other players. No telling what would happen if I integrated myself with a couple of zeptograms like you.
A couple of what?
Now you're saying we're small too?
Listen up, zeptograms. You want to be part of the remainder? Then follow my lead.
That was bizarre.
What are you standing there for, Rin dude? Let's go! Don't want to keep our new teammate waiting.
New teammate?
Well, yeah. Him coming to our rescue back there was basically his way of begging us to let him join.
That's one interpretation. Says here 142,857 is a cyclic number.
Meaning?
Couldn't tell you. Maybe our new teammate will fill us in.
Damn it, I was gonna say something about that, but I forgot already because I'm terrible at short-term memory, but what a ripper. Welcome into, speaking of cyclical stuff, very weird flux of there being a lot of background noise and things being acceptable because it's the middle of the day, but anyway. Well, this is the way to Shibuya Hikari, which I still don't remember with any kind of clarity. Is this gonna look familiar at all once we actually take a look at it? Probably not. Oh wait. Wait, what? Did I just fuck up and go right back to where I was, even though I didn't mean to do that? I was kind of specifically trying to avoid that, as a matter of fact. But, this is the way to Shibuya Hikari. I guess I better just stop for a second and see how the map looks. Hikari is indeed what that katakana says. Okay, this is... whatever direction? Okay, to the right of the crossing here is where the... where the scramble is, but I guess we gotta walk like this. It's not very clear right off the bat, but yeah. But sorry, I don't quite remember this. Where could the big bad boss be hiding? Maybe we can find it out by scanning? Yeah, probably would make sense. There's another grisly noise. I mean, apparently we've been doing quite well against the grisly noises without
Hey, zeptograms.
this guy being involved. This guy that definitely might have any dodgy consequences as part of hanging around with him, but surely that's a given.
This is gonna be easy!
How derivative! So far, so good.
Let's keep it going!
You've got the wrong vector.
Funky Freddy Bomb
This works. Yeah. And that one surprisingly does seem like this dude's attacks are the strongest ones by quite a large margin at this point. Maybe that's kind of thing that you notice in like Monster Hunter and shit, where you get the weapons that do like a lot of different strikes with slightly lower damage margin versus the weapons that do a lot of individual damage in a lower amount of strikes. Heaps of trash always coalesce around the critical points. When the boss is nearby. In this place that, yeah, at this point I'm convinced that this was not a location in the first game at all. Is this a pin? Where did this come from, actually? That's your reward for nullifying the noise. Oh, it was it an actual pin dropped from, you know, no pun intended, from the noise But it's worthless unless your psych level is greater than or equal to its thing. Which I don't think, if I'm understanding this correctly. And there's a psych level mechanic, which I don't think was a thing in the first game at all. Who would make trash pins like these for the least common denominator? In this game, looks like the pin's values are undefined. Even zero vectors like you can use them. Okay, maybe it's not a factor at all. We can use any pins we find just like the ones we got before, so he basically said that for no reason. On the way to Shibuya Hikaria for a very important mission, of course. Well, if this is anything like the fire pin from the first game, it's just gonna be like creating a column of fire on the ground, which... yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work with the specific target mechanic that this game seems to have, but... let's drop a small whirlpool of fire around the target damages any foes caught inside. Wherever the target goes, the storm swiftly follows, chance of slightly burning the enemy. And apparently we activate a good seal. Hello, R buttons access the pins tab of the main menu. You can adjust your party members' pin loadouts. Two pins using the same input cannot be equipped at the same time, not yet at least, and I'm pretty sure not at all if they're like the same level. If it's anything like the first game, or at least the same class of psych, or of pin, it's one of those things. Mr. Minami, well. And he's just gonna be ominous and not say anything about how we actually... oh shit, there's... yeah, we could actually grind noise battles of our own accord now. Bit of synergy with something that might come a little bit later there. I've brought maybe 6 along on this subway. And there's that name again. It's not related to this woman here, was it? No. Still people that happen to talk about that same name in different contexts. What about this person? This curry's too spicy. I guess if you read somebody's mind when you're being chased by the noise symbol, then that stops them from chasing you. It's a little strange. Okay, come on. This building wasn't here before. Maybe that's a bit of a nudge at the fact that I think this was an area in... alright, we're making a chain of 2. Surely it'll be perfectly fine. Maybe we'll even get an actual drop rate. Yeah, I did get a drop rate multiplier there. Alright, let's see. Let's just do something instead of just waiting.
It's over! It's crunch time! Right. Oh yeah! So far, so good. Let's keep it going!
Oh, and we leveled something up. I don't know if that was ourselves or what.
Such simple equation.
I'm not quite sure exactly what that combo attack thing is supposed to be, but maybe just like a big boost to the base attacks of everything else, because it doesn't seem to be like a just hit every monster in the battle with a big chunky drop of damage thing like it pretty much was in the first game. It's the same kind of mechanic. Combo attack.
Golden. Funky Fred Golden. I never miscalculate.
It still seems to be going pretty smoothly so far.
Not too shabby.
If we do get drops, I'm not quite sure if I'm able to see them yet. I don't know if we get any drops yet, but I'm gonna check this. We got pins. What if we swap this out for this one as well? So we can just give these to whoever, which makes sense.
What to do?
Pick down the target, which we don't know what it is yet, I guess. Get a bunch more of this box again, but we only got the one CD, which is that song that plays in the main menu. Or rather, this menu. Would this menu be considered as a main menu? Probably yes. Is this one branded? This one is... Jolibeko? Whatever that means. Is it going to be like a different set of animal brands? Because I'm pretty sure that I saw the main guy. Or somebody else wearing a Jupiter of the Monkey t-shirt. Which was one of the brands from the first game. Kind of wondering how that's gonna work. Well, for now, why don't we...
Let's have a look.
I guess I can do at least one more battle so I can figure out how the fire thing works. It's probably gonna be CL instead of the other bots we've been using. I don't even know.
We got this in the bag.
Unless I misread that, which is definitely possible, but...
Feel the burn!
Oh.
Hey, not bad. Just doing my job.
Oh goodness. It's apparently not very effective though against this.
Ain't no stopping us now. Could have been worse.
So you kinda gotta time to get text. You know what, let's do this.
Let's end this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go, that actually did something this time, instead of just having a passive effect or whatever.
Just as I calculated.
Well within the margin of error.
And it does seem like we're just a tiny bit farther away from mustering the one other pin that what's-his-face has there. But let's check this out, let's see where that goes. He did say Shibuya Hikari, right? But where? I get what's going on here. You know what we're gonna do, don't you? Scan? I mean, we've already scanned here, and it seemed like there was a normal amount of noise. I sure do love saying other things, so... Is it? I'm not seeing it. Oh, hey, it's at, is that like one of the counter enemies from the first game, or is it like, oh, I wonder. I guess we're about to find out in just a second. Already down to about 60% of its original life force, which means we get to clean up the mess some other trash left behind. Oh boy.
Yes. Talk about worthless trash.
Oh gee, seems like it'll probably be perfectly fine. Won't be trouble at all. No, it's a scorpion noise, I guess, which wasn't the type of noise in the original.
Think we bit off more than we can chew here.
And we're getting a different, another different version of Someday from the first game as we do this.
Keep it going.
Let's just try to combo between these two and see if that works out.
Worse. You think so?
Ooh.
Did I do that? You sure did.
Seem to be doing pretty well with the kibble thing though, even with, oh shit.
Whoa, that worked! Keep it constant.
Yeah, they did it. Okay. I might as well have come over there, but that's just fine.
Nice one, Rin, dude.
There we go.
Could be worse.
Yep, it's perfectly fine. Is this thing not gonna come into anything? I guess not, but... I've noticed that I guess Rin is... or Rin or whatever his name is.
Derivative.
Kinda looks like he's poisoned or something. Seems rather curious. There we go. Ooh. I'm pretty sure that was right after that. No, goddammit. Like a freaking long range attack with voice of this. Not sure if we have any way of finding out what the boss's health is, but... Oh, there we go. I'm pretty sure the bosses did have health bars. If there was one there, I kinda missed it, but... Bosses, I'm pretty sure they did have health bars in the first game, that you could see.
Not quite the solution I was looking for.
Is he gonna evolve? Oh hey, you actually get a choice of whether or not to evolve it in this one. That's gonna make it a lot easier to actually master all the pins if that's gonna be a thing in this one too. Because you couldn't choose this, you had to like orchestrate it. But might as well evolve it, sure. What could possibly go wrong? Yellow kick. The hell were in the top right, did you not see? It was purple? Yeah, I think I kind of probably saw something there out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't really focus on it at any point.
Alright.
That makes sense.
Why are we cheering? Wait, we won? We won! Man, that was almost too easy. So, do we get a prize or something?
A big old round of applause.
Hey, it's Little Miss Reaper.
It's Shoka.
Okie dokie, Shoki.
Anyway, the target's down, so you're done for today. You even managed to avoid coming in dead last.
No way.
Believe me, I'm just as shocked as you are. I was sure a couple of noobs like you would get slaughtered in seconds.
Glad we could prove you wrong.
You're tougher than you look. Like, suspiciously so.
Sounds like we really caught your eye.
No. But your team name did. Have you considered changing it to something less stupid?
We'll consider it.
Suit yourself. Anyway, you didn't die today, so there's that. Later, losers.
So that's it? No prize or nothing?
Huh? We got something. Today's results. Although the Pure Hearts took down today's target, the Ruin Bringers remain on top. I don't get it. What about our team?
Couldn't tell you, Rin, dude. I guess some heroes don't get the celebrations they deserve. Anyway,
Are we the Pure Hearts?
Plus, it's getting late. How's about we call it a day? Mr. Minami's already long gone.
Oh, wow. Didn't even get to thank him for his help.
No point in sticking around then. Let's go.
Hey, Fred.
Sup?
Is your RNS app kinda buggy?
I haven't really checked. Why?
I'm having connection issues or something. It's not letting me message anyone. Wait, I lied. I can still message you.
Alright.
Maybe it's because we're right next to each other or something?
Huh. Weird.
It'll probably fix itself overnight. Well, see you in class tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, see ya.
Except I can't leave the... Or you can be. Oh yeah, he's still able to talk to this person. Didn't he mention that to the other guy? Can't decide which ones I should evolve. That means your chance to make a friend, but close enough, though. Yeah, but on my way home now, even though I'm just standing still at the moment, gonna drop even more of these Final Fantasy stickers. Fucking Cactuar and a Thunberry. And I think I saw a Carbuncle up there. So what, they're just, like, they were just able to leave? They didn't actually stay trapped in there? That's also pretty different. There's a chat log. Wow. How far back does this go anyway? Oh, we can actually do this like in a visual novel chat log even.
We got something.
That's surprising. Hope you wake up soon. Wouldn't want you to miss all the action. Reaper's game chapter ends. This particular transition kind of has me wondering how far this demo is gonna go, because I'm pretty sure that it said that you can't level up at a certain point, but how far can you actually go? Probably just a couple days before it, if that, before it stops you dead in your tracks.
Huh? I'm back in Shibuya. Wait, what time is it? Last thing I remember, I was on my way home from the city. Did I not make it or something?
Sup, Rin, dude? Fred. Wait, I want to try using my Galaxy Brain instead. Whoa, I'm back in the Booyah! This is bonkers! Well, was I right?
Close. No way.
Yeah, way. It's day numero 2, pal. This game ain't over yet.
I need to tell my folks where I am. I bet they're worried sick.
Well, they might be worrying for a while. I can't contact anyone, and I doubt you can either.
What is this? Heed the instructions provided by the mission app. Solve the riddles sketched on the city's canvas and locate the target. Another mission? Not sure I totally get what it wants us to do, though.
Here's an idea. Did you try reading it for starters?
I guess we didn't.
The mission starts the second that message reaches your phone. Did you not realize the clock is ticking here or what?
Who are you, Gramps?
I'm a person from Japan, Brooklyn.
Gramps, ouch! Guess Mommy never taught you to respect your elders.
Okay, so you got a name?
Do I ever? It's Kubo! Tanzo Kubo, I'm with the Reapers. Everybody's been fussing about this new team. So I decided to come and have a look-see for myself.
Oh, is that so? Well, go ahead. Get a real good look. Take a picture if you wanna.
Not bad. You've got moxie, kid. So, where are the rest of yous hiding?
You mean our team? It's, just us.
I hope Minamimoto helping us out wasn't a one-time deal.
Maybe yous missed the memo, but this is supposed to be a team game. Yous compete and earn points by doing all sorts of things. Erasing noise, completing missions, yada yada yada. And the team that racks up the most points after 7 days wins.
Whoa, slow down. We have to do this for a whole week?
And what if we don't feel like playing? Can we just not?
Nope, you gotta play till the end, kid.
Dude, that is not cool. We've got lives to get back to.
Not anymore, you don't.
You're killing me here, Gramps.
That said, if yous really want out, there is one way. I told yous how teams compete to earn the most points, right? Well, if you top the table, then we'll grant whatever you wish for. All yous gotta do is win.
Easier said than done.
So aim for the stars, my would-be winners.
Winners, eh?
Although, word to the wise here, yous might want to bolster your ranks first. After all, you won't get much done as a duo. But I'm sure you knew that already.
Ugh.
So fight like your lives are on the line. Figuratively speaking, say it as you're already dead. Anyways,
Okay, so he
try
just
not
comes
to
out and
fall
says
too
that
far
even though.
behind the pack. Then worst comes to worst, yous can go down in a blaze of glory. So give me something fun to watch this week, will ya? And with that, I'll leave yous to it.
Even though the way that the first day progress didn't really seem
That this
like
game seriously lasts an entire week.
they actually were dead
That's
in
what
this
he
case.
said. How are we gonna survive a full week with just the two of us?
So did your Zeptograms have time to process today's mission?
Mr. Minami! Does this mean you're back for good? Man, life could not get any better. We've got it made, Rin dude!
Don't get the wrong idea. We're solving completely different problems here. But I'll help you subtract some rogue integers. You want to boost your chances of survival, right?
Well, yeah.
Whatever it takes to get the hell out of here.
Then you either multiply or face deletion. Oh, and make sure you pick up any pins you see lying around. Now let's get this show on the road.
Oh, well, I guess the part that's actually voice acted is done now, but I have to get about this. Boy. Well, I've seen this. I have just seen this link burn, and that is oddly specifically relevant to something that I pretty much had not long before the start of the stream, which was some Oreos as well as a couple of sandwiches which had some cream with a little bit of garlic powder mixed in a not very far apart window of time, so perhaps in a way I have already experienced something like that.
Huh?
Some up just installing on its own. Didn't this happen before though? Like, isn't this the same thing that you were using in the previous... Okay, where did this come from?
What?
Kayano? You decide the man standing before you. Time to send you text messages instead of just speaking to you. Feel free to speak as you would normally, even though I'm just gonna initiate conversation in this way.
Huh?
You're so quiet, you shy or something? And who are you, even though... Yeah, be sure that we could see your name at the top of the phone message when it first showed up. We're a digital fortune-telling shop on Spain Hill, :D. And forgive me for not speaking aloud, but I'm more comfortable communicating via text, and maybe I just don't actually have a voice actor, I wonder. Unless those little guttural noises are from a dedicated voice actor. I am the developer of the new application you just downloaded. It will serve many uses throughout our missions. It can act as an answer sheet, as it shall for today's challenge, which I guess we still haven't looked at. But we know what's enough. You always have to trust your instincts, but if you lack confidence, feel free to consult me at any time. I get the feeling that we're not actually gonna be able to do that, but okay. One of those Reapers thing? Yeah, it would make sense actually. Just gonna come out and say something like that. We're not even close. It's gonna be a hot and cold kind of get close to something situation. Talk around a little even though we haven't actually seen what the prompt is from the app itself, have we? Solve the riddle, sketch around town, is that what it says? Did we just follow the app's instructions? And also, I guess we have Minami Motorbike in our party, don't we? Yeah. And we got one pin involved.
Let me think this through.
And we also got this one, which is mastered, which honestly I feel like I would rather just swap this one out for that one for the time being. It didn't seem to be that effective. Person. Regular damage output. We got noise in this area, we do got noise in this area. Let's give this a try and see how it goes.
Talk about worthless trash.
We've got this in the bag. So far, so good.
Let's keep it going!
You got the wrong vector.
It's over! It's over! Funky Bread and Mamina Man!
Did you hear funky, fresh something? That seems like a very Hideki Naganuma thing to say, which I guess makes all the more sense when you consider the Shibuya aesthetic, but...
Not too shabby.
I don't know. I feel like I would have noticed if something like that was said before.
Let's have a look.
You're on the right track, and there's apparently more frogs and more grizzlies hanging out around here. Oh, you're getting closer. How about now? Right here, look around here. Is there something here? I guess so. There's someone humping in the direction of a green skull with X's for eyes. There's a skull, Peter Reaper, you're right. Get ready to roar? Well, if you can read it, then you get a leg up over me for sure. Two graffiti remain. Did we just find it? And we were supposed to do something not at this specific location, but something that makes sense after we find the rest of those.
Let's have a look.
Why don't we go ahead and let me try something? What if I try the other menus that we were able to get to before? Maybe not this one necessarily, but are we able to, yeah, we're able to also use a lower your level thing to increase the drop rates. We still only have the one difficulty to work with. It's anything like the first game, then we're gonna have to unlock the other difficulties through other games. We get a chain of 2, and we also get a multiplier from the lowering the level thing, or don't we? Well, I guess that didn't work based on how that looked. It's kind of weird.
Yes, got it! Nice one, Rin, dude! Could have gone worse. We got this. It's crunch time!
Seems like a pretty easy rhythm to maintain, at least. Oh yeah, we actually will listen to that. Oh, what if we just pop the full rhythm, full groove thing immediately? Oh damn. I can specialist attack, I guess here. Might be able to hit multiple enemies. I don't know if it does actually, but... Apparently after popping that attack and just focusing on finishing off the grizzly enemy, that did result in everything being dead. So perhaps something like that was in fact in effect. Still not sure if we're getting any drops from those fights. I guess if we did get drops, they would have to be pins directly. But look at my, I guess my records. We only have the pins that we've been very, given in like very dedicated scenes so far, so... I guess we haven't been getting any pin drops from the fights, except maybe in one occasion, which is when we got the fire one. Which, you know, makes sense for a demo version, but... Do we do the hot and cold game? Again, now that we're in this different screen. Whoever came up with this game really thought it through. Hey Solo, are you here today? Looking forward to play this other game right now. Super weird and I don't know how to quit. Can't quit, that is weird, Colin S. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, there's very noisy aircraft passing overhead, that is one thing. Okay, there it goes. We're searching, I guess we're searching for clues right now. It's a mystery game, sound stuff. Can I ask you for help if we get stuck? I wonder, is this gonna be like one of those MIT mystery hunts? That's how we're treating it. That's how our perception of it works at this time. What's coming closer? The noise, even though I guess he wouldn't necessarily see them unless he also scanned it. I guess he must have scanned if they're just being attacked by a bunch of noise all of a sudden.
I think we've got this.
I'm pretty sure we've got this, considering like, this doesn't really look that different from
So far, so good. Let's keep it
the specific configurations of
Not bad.
stuff that we've been seeing so far. It's a pretty close match.
I'll integrate.
Hey, I'm gonna level up.
Not bad, I'd say.
Check the final one, that's the final one. Oh, we got Blink 3. I guess down there we can actually see if we got something, but I guess unlike the original... Oh no, never mind, it does show up here if we do actually get something. 100 yen, 50 yen, and called Coney X Coney. Well, can we take a look at that? I guess not until we see this scene. It's got more because someone was glued to their phone. Maybe it's them being literally right in front of me, well, I guess closer than you might think, based on that. What's up with the pen? Oh, I guess we were actually supposed to be awarded that pin specifically out of that encounter. That's all we get. We're supposed to be collecting them, right? I mean, they give us more options. Pins we got at the start from Shoki.
Hey.
Really? I mean, I'm pretty sure that out of the ones that we have right now, the only ones that we can't use as attack pins are the money ones and the player pin. Send the goddess's tower amid the darkness, he shall find the sigil that he's sick. Become this app so yieldy all of a sudden. And what could the tower be? Could it be the 10-4 building? Yeah. Or 1-4, which is I guess what they want us to call it in this game. I made like a couple of monkeys or use the stairs, even though... I mean, these stairs are here, but they only go up to this balcony. Can we go somewhere else now? Or are we only supposed to come up this far? I guess there's a graffiti right here. This time it's someone beating his chest in front of another green skull tattoo. So we put ourselves in the chest. Or like beating our chests. Why would we do that? A lot of primates do that and they are our ancestors, and also... Are you Dr. Soolittle? But they couldn't actually drop the specific reference name there. I read something about it back in elementary school. I mean, that's just kind of common knowledge, isn't it? If you believe that Charles Darwin wasn't a hack, that's probably what you would believe. Got this mission in the bag. Seems like it, even though... Are we not, like, collecting the clues? Because I'm pretty sure that we also got, like, a keyword kind of clue from the first graffiti, but... I sure don't remember what it is. And we have to take down one of these walls, I wonder. Try to get through to Dog and Saka? I guess so. It's like you read our minds, bitch. Now what you want pass, you gotta pay the toll. Bring me a Midarigami pin. Oh boy, so this is one of those guided grinding sections. Number 163. How do you already have one of those? If you got one, hand it over. Otherwise, go battle some nice till you pick one up, even though I'm pretty sure that we've only gotten one actual pin drop from the noise so far. We're looking for one Jelly Manchester. Looks like a jellyfish can't miss it. Do we have the noise report or something like that in the menu yet? I wonder.
Nah.
Looking it up in your noise pedia, obviously. Check your phone. I guess we didn't have that before, but we do now. Tell you all about the noise you erased, including update drop. Pretty nifty, huh? And back once you get a number 163 pin. Read up on the foes have encountered in Noisepedia. So it's called Noisepedia now instead of Noise Report, so that's interesting. Well, let's check it out now.
Let me think this through.
And also, hey, Akadar, welcome in. How we doing? Find the last sketch riddle and get that drop from Jelly Manchester, which is not something that we've actually technically seen yet. Oh, here we go, never mind. I say never mind, but this is something completely different, isn't it? Learn street art through your adventures, which you can then use to tag the wall in the graffiti section of the records menu. Okay. Is this all we have? I guess so. Let's put the thing right over here, why not? You can also reorient it, rotate it, make it smaller or larger. And it fit in this little purple splotch. Mustard one type of pin, I guess we have to. Go through all of these while this one fit in the purple one or blue one. Evolve the pin. Put it in the place where it'll have the background be indistinguishable from the actual background. So there we go, I guess we can probably just, yeah, move them around after the fact, but have to select them like this. Oh, this is what we've been looking for. Beaten them, or we have not beaten them in any difficulty other than normal actually, but I guess, yeah, that's sort of how it worked in the first game. It's you can get drops from the difficulty that you're on and also any difficulty that's below that difficulty. If it's not guaranteed for you to get the one that's on the current one. So far we got Dixie Frogs, I guess they have actual, I was gonna say they have actual descriptions now, but I'm pretty sure they did too on the original game. They're just like pretty sure shorter than these ones even. Wash Grizzlies, so these noise, I'm pretty sure that nearly all the noise that we've found so far are returning from the first game. We don't know what the drop is for these guys on easy, or what the drop is for these guys at all. And they can Raven, because I can try to get into a chain fight with those guys. And then there's this guy who is of a noise type that did not exist in the first game, so signature noise that releases poisonous gas from its steel, its pincers are shrunken due to lack of use in post-level threats. Oh. Apparently weak to fire and water, so I guess it's a good thing that we attacked with the fire thing. How many noise were there? Pretty sure we had 96 noise types in the original before you get into... We got 92 in this one. Before you get into the ones that only show up on a new day.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, we're supposed to look for Jelly Manchester.
Let's have a look.
Which is... oh hey, there's an actual jellyfish noise symbol in this game. Didn't exist before. Well, we could get trapped by these guys. Let's see if we can get at least 4 of these fuckers following us. Please. 5. Probably only got 4, but...
Who wants a piece of bread?
Well, this will give us some guaranteed drops at least. I guess we just gotta be careful to not get hit a bunch though. I don't think we have any means of healing at this time.
It's over! You've got the wrong vector. Funky Fred and Bombina Man! Golden! It's over!
Did that even hit? I don't think that Water's attack hit on that one for it.
It's crunch time! Right. Yes, got it! We're on a roll!
And there we go. We only took one very small fraction of damage in that fight. and we got to 100%, which means that we can pop the special immediately. Upon moving on to the next one, so let's spam it until that happens.
Hey, not bad. Just doing my job. Ain't no stopping us now. We got this. You've got the wrong vector.
Even though we got through that pretty quickly, I guess we still do damage, but oh, whatever. We take the same amount of damage in each fight, I'm pretty sure we're still gonna survive. I'm sure it should be pretty simple too. It would probably be possible to set up some combos pretty quickly in this game, depending on how you do.
You've got such simple equations. Sure.
I don't even know if we took damage during that particular reduction, but... XP to level... what? Level up? That's like a level cross symbol.
Easy as pie. Disappear! Ain't no stopping us now! Could have been worse. Yes, got it! Perfectly balanced. Don't miscalculate. I'll try not to.
I guess we... oh yeah. Now that I think about it, I did say that we don't really have any way to restore health right now, but that might not be true, because if this is anything like the first game, they're doing the team, like, combination special routine that I would imply that doing those gives us the ability to restore health. And this is the last enemy, so I'll give it on this guy.
Ain't no stopping us now! Could have been worse. Alright, we won!
Maybe we actually leveled up though. That's how we got health back, but I don't even know. We got a bunch of pins though. We got 7 Higurashi, 2 more Cold Koni and 400 yen from 3 of those. 400 yen or 300 yen? Did I just completely misread that? But whatever. Doesn't really matter. I mean, we didn't get any Deckard Ravens in that encounter, so we still don't know what their drop is, but... I get the feeling that we're not necessarily gonna get the drop from... easy drop from these guys if their normal drop is that high. But we got Higurashi, which means... that we not only got Higurashi, we also got the other one, the rabbit one, but... I guess only this guy can use it. What kind of psych is it? Piercing Pillar, which is what... oh, it's like those ones where you swipe up on the screen on the first game. Under a pillar of ice, you need the target fully charged to launch the enemy into the air. Try again when the launch enemy reaches its apex. I mean, might as well... I don't know, is this thing fully leveled up? Yes, it is, so let's go swap it out. I might as well swap this one out for that one, which is Jupiter of the Monkey. This one, La Pan Angelique. No, it's a different brand. So the rabbit brand is no longer La Pan Angelique, it's now Koni. I don't know what Jolly Becall would be though. Maybe that's a bull brand, which was called DNB in the first game. Looks like Monkey is still Jupiter of the Monkey though. Shockwave SWAT. Closer in your target and slice them, keep them blah 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 blah. Slash not getting the back. So it's the same kind of a thing as this one that I have here. Same kind of psych as this one, but probably better. Yeah, it's better as power. But hey, that takes care of that. Let's try to keep moving forward.
Okay.
Enjoy Dogen Saka, even though you were able to go there before. And we got the Sugar Bean pin. Keep attacking to blast the enemy with a piercing bullet that knocks them out. And I'm pretty sure a lot of those ones that were force rounds, I think they were called that psych. All the ones that had that psych, yeah, force rounds were from Natural Puppy, and I guess Natural Puppy is still the same name for that brand in this game. And there we go. Switch it up and we got pretty much the same kind of level as before, but stronger, and now instead of like flying charged up kicks. Minamimoto's gonna be using the big slash up pillar of ice from the ground. Oh, hey, this actually sounds exactly like a track from TWEWY 1. So far, I wanna say. Yeah, crap, I don't remember what it's called though. Hold on. I can literally play it right now if I find it in my... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is exactly the same as a track from TWEWY 1. Hold on. It's like, sure recognized the name when I see it. Hold on. Detonation... Detonation? No, that's a different one. Forebode? No, I know what that one sounds like. Have it? No. Imprinting? Yep, it's called Imprinting. And it sounds exactly the same in TWEWY 1. Okay. Well, there you go. There's at least one track that's, I suppose, completely reused in this, assuming that this exact track is going to be in the final version. It's going to sound weird, but first I thought it was just my imagination, but everyone in Shibuya has literally been walking right through us, like we're ghosts or something, even though, I mean, the dude told you at the start of this day that you were literally dead, you just kind of shrugged it off. My feelings were kind of out of whack yesterday, but if they are dead, then I guess I could buy the one guy having died from that that truck scene that kind of got undone by time, but if that's the case, then I don't know what happened to the guy that we're actually playing as. What the hell's going on? OMG, oh boy. Nerd seriously thought you were still in Shibuya. This is the UG. I think if it is the flip side of the RG, you know, the real ground, the world you call home.
Right.
I literally spelled it out for you. UG, the underground. You're in the afterlife, losers. You mean we're dead? Well, I mean, like that guy just told you. They're not really making a big deal out of it in this game like they did in the first one. But I don't remember dying. You must have, otherwise you wouldn't be here playing the game. Unless there's some kind of extra special shenanigans going on. Pretty sure I'd remember my own death, and I guess... Oh boy. If I had again for every time I heard that one, she says, but I mean, it kind of seems like... based on at least dialogue from the first game that I remember, it seems like it's pretty rare for someone to not remember that they're dead. There must have been some sort of mistake, I simply couldn't have died. Almost the same old sub-story. That must be why I can't get in touch with anyone. Anyone except this fucking Swallow person, but I'm still not gonna bring that up with anyone.
Hey!
What's gonna happen to us once the game's over? Why have we been playing this damn game in the first place? Well, everything's going perfectly then. Even though that still didn't answer our question. You know, something I didn't really notice until now is the fact that the fucking Reaper girl here's hoodie has the same cat design on the top part of it as the cat that Shiki had in the first game. I wonder if that could mean anything. Far be it from me to hold you back from under chewing. Except something definitely smells fishy around here. I didn't smell anything. Maybe it's the fact that there's actual Rindy. I guess you're supposed to pronounce it as Rindykins, even though I see how that's written out, and I feel compelled to pronounce it Rindykins, but not hanging around here by choice. It's my job. You want to pick up any pins you happen to find? Well, I mean, we've been doing that. We've definitely been operating under that mindset. All that stuff about us being dead and under surveillance, and the part about us not being able to touch people or contact anyone outside the booyah. They're almost making me believe this game of theirs is real. Well, I mean, they've been participating in it.
Huh?
They were lying the second they told us they died. We died. The Footster ain't no fool. What if we really are dead? How would we even know? Well, I mean, I guess we're just gonna shrug that off and continue, even though... Well, we'll see how that plays out. I guess not really that much to add completely right now. Head to Stupor Street. Is it an actual street? I mean, I'm guessing there's not an actual street in real life, because... right up the hill. I mean, we're going up the hill now. Is this the way to Super Street? But Super Street was also not a street or a location in the first game, so I wonder. Painting on the walls like hoodlums. Gotta say, that picture looked awful familiar. And it's right around the corner too, so I guess people who are alive can actually see the graffiti as well. So they have the... I mean, there is a danger, I guess, of people...
Oh.
Hey, it's the same guy from the first game.
Come on.
With like leaving people erasing the graffiti before the players get to it, maybe. Wasn't this shop featured on his channel before? They all look really excited with their eyeless and perfectly flat expressions, even if you look at their mouths. Totally F this place. Okay, I guess this is the same guy from the first game. I don't know what this is though.
Hey.
It's AGOG. Scoping out some new info to post about what's hot in Shibuya, I bet. How many years has he been doing this? Kind of amazing he's managed to stay relevant with that attitude of his. Used to read his blog F Everything, was super into how the whole Ennui thing was. Went past cool and aloof and ascended to like apathetic godhood. Well, works for him but that in me, you feel. I mean, his hair changed a bit. I didn't really see that much more different.
Yep.
And we don't know anything about this person who's watching from the side, I guess, maybe. Well, not the one that we just read from. And is there a person standing like right in front of the back here who I guess was briefly focused on in the cutscene? I guess we're not gonna be able to interact or get anything else out of that, so how can we actually go this way? Real lovesick for Shoki. Mostly that lovable personality of hers. But he's not gonna let us through, even though it kind of looks like because this wall of thorns is red. That one might actually be removable. What are we doing? Are we doing anything back here, actually? I don't even know if we're supposed to come here. What's this? This must be our next clue. Oh, this one. Okay, I thought that we were gonna have to move to a different screen, actually, but... It does have a skull, but it does look like it's been painted over, though, like someone probably painted over the original graffiti with this other one.
Seriously?
Someone graffitied over the graffiti. It's got no respect for vandalism. Or maybe that's what the guy was talking about. Maybe the living people can't see the Reaper graffiti, so they paint over it by accident. Are we royally screwed unless we take some kind of x-ray of the wall, I guess.
Huh.
Well, we got 2 clues. Maybe we can do something with those. Looks like all of our posts have been erased. It's like we don't even exist anymore. I really think this is all some sort of coincidence. We're just gonna accept that we're dead. Or maybe not. Bring it up MTZ. Only parameters that matter to me are the rules of the Reaper's game. Played this game before, right? Well, he probably did have to play this game before at one point, before the first game, if he became a Reaper, but... Well, things really go back to how they were before. Not a real answer, try asking the Game Master or one of his Reapers. What are we supposed to do in the meantime? Well... And what do we do now? Scanning would help, I mean, I don't know if scanning...
Come on, think!
The wall would help, but yeah, I guess that's...
Huh.
You can reawaken people's memories? Is that what just happened? It induces this latent power, is it the pin? Did that just now, didn't you? Would you go over those common denominators and jog their memories, so it's gonna be like the meme thing from... Like the actual, not I guess non-jocular definition of meme mechanics that we had in the first game too. Where we just kind of insert a thought into somebody's head. Who did this graffiti? Brainwave?
Oh man.
Take a closer look. Well, what is it? MKN? Is that what that says? Is that how you're supposed to read that symbol?
Let's look it up.
Okay. She's known for her all orange ensembles.
Hey!
If she's really the one who did this graffiti, somebody around here must have seen her, right? Try giving them a good old-fashioned reminder. Come on, what are we doing? Jog people's memories and help them remember things they forgot. Press the white button while scanning to activate red strike, then tilt the left, stick and right, stick in the correct direction to assemble the mixed up memory, hopefully.
Gotta focus.
I mean, do we do it like this, or do we just...
Let's have a look. Let's get down
I guess
to
we scan
business.
first and then we do this. So just fine. Just kind of rotate both sticks around until we somehow come up with the correct configuration there. But we should probably do that around a place where there's actually people. I don't know. Let's see what they remembered about MKN. McKinnon. Has to be something that awakens players' latent powers, but what? I mean, we're scanning now. Could it be that this person has something to do with it? This person is just kind of hanging out here in cap and shades, and kind of looks like the person that we were apparently trying to force other people to remember, but with different color clothes. Well, let's see. Someone may even be reading me like a book right now. It's really ironic, don't you think? It's even more lonesome with all these people around. Isn't that poetic? Okay, I had to try this together. I was actually paying attention, so... The orange hooded hoodlum is up to no good, but they ran off toward O East before I can stop them. They changed it from East to O East. Butter, because I'm in a roll. I guess a bread roll? Nah. Let's go see for ourselves. Well, which direction would that be? I guess just keep heading west here. Not even necessarily west, but to the left. Damn it. We saved it in the right order. I'd carry out that Don't's restaurant, but I could have sworn I've seen him before. Didn't he used to run a ramen shop? Wait, what? Does he run the curry shop now? The fucking Kendoi person from the first game now runs the curry shop instead of the ramen shop. I'll just talk to this guy.
Hey, dude.
Now we're to O East. Don't tell me you gotta do something for you first. What do we do now? Do we force him to talk about something else? I can do that now, can I? And I can just like do that at will with any topic that I like. Why don't we go ahead and fight a frog and jellyfish as well. Before I do that, I just want to get a little bit of points in the spins that I've got equipped right now.
No sweat for Brett. Bye-bye. Let's keep it going. So careless.
Ooh. Wait, what? Let me try that again, but this time there we go. But the thing about the friggin' R Sykes that the motor has is that I guess you're supposed to like start charging them up before the previous character's combo ends.
Let's accelerate this.
I can certainly accelerate this by spamming the chain attack thingy.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude.
Wow, he really killed it out there.
I guess the others must take damage from that special thingy because they die really quickly after that.
Could have been worse.
Now what I got this time is money and more of those Higurashi ones. Okay, get the feeling that we're gonna be able to sell off the extra pins that we have. 2, right? Surely, if we count down here. Unless, of course, we don't carry extra pins. No, we do need to carry extra pins. It wouldn't really make sense to try and deal with this without that.
What to do?
Well, let me see. Who was able to... this guy is able to equip me the origami, but I guess, yeah, it says that we've got 10 of those, but... I guess we can't actually sell it from this screen by the looks of things right now. I don't know. Oh wait, there's some recommended ones, but we can actually equip anything. I didn't even realize that. Move down here. Wait, is this new? No, it isn't. Oh, we got more of these. These back select. This is the one that we actually got equipped. But I'm pretty sure that all of the ones that we do have equipped are in the process of being mastered, so there's not really any reason for us to change them right now. But anyway, now that we've done that, let's remind this guy to do his job, I guess.
Try to remember.
Beautifully done rendition. Better get back to work if I want to bag that big promotion, so I guess I can do that to Reapers, but not to... Or as well as to other players. I don't even know if... Yeah, I guess he did do it to the other guy before, so... It probably makes sense that he can also remind Reapers of things. I need to win a 2-chain to the reduction chain battling dog and Saga first. Well, I literally just did that, so does that count? I don't think it's the point where we actually get the first actual tutorial about chain reductions in this game, but... Foes grow more ferocious with each success reduction. I don't know if it actually does happen. I thought that they just kind of have the same basic thing that they have based on the difficulty, but... I mean, I already did that. Just weren't paying attention because you were fucking drifting off when that happened. Alright, well, let's find one more noise symbol if it's even here. Oh, here it is. Shit, hold on. No, I don't want to fight, actually. They're too far apart, so we can't do a 2-chain reduction with those guys. So I get the feeling we're gonna have to reset the screen. You're right, this is gonna be easy. Perhaps too simple.
Let's keep it going! You're done for! So, could have gone worse. We got this. Ain't no stopping us now. Another one bites the dust.
There we go. I can barely see it, but I guess I can also, in fact, see the pins when they actually do drop.
Not too shabby.
But yeah, like I said, I get the feeling that I'm just gonna have to leave and come back.
Focus.
There's not gonna be enough. Oh, holy shit! Hold on. Oh, never mind. We got enough noise back here. We got actually some more bear symbols and some more bird symbols. Bear and bird, you say? But we also got this symbol, which is mildly surprising. We get a pig noise.
But you're no match for me.
Oh god. And this is yet another remix from the first game. It's all parts this time, but I'm pretty sure this version is new to this game.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going. You got the wrong vector. Perfectly balanced. Bye-bye. Let's keep it going. Just as I calculated.
There we go.
Scored big on that one.
We even got a 5,000 yen pin. So I get a feeling that we're still not gonna be able to get the pig noise in the actual noise report, or Noisepedia, whatever you want to call it, until we go through some kind of special process. And oh wait, never mind. I fucked up because I'm trying to figure out a way to scroll through this faster, but it's It's not really working out. I ended up just going to a completely different screen instead. But no, apparently I was wrong because the pig noise is right here, Pig Samba. We'll take it down before time runs out or it'll flee from the fight and the drops are unknown, even though... I'm sure that just means that it's only gonna drop one thing ever, but... HP is unknown. Well, maybe it shows up as an actual entry in the noise report, but it doesn't actually get filled in properly until something equivalent to the Pork City sequence in the first game, which is how you were able to get the entries for all those pig noise in the noise report in that way. There we go. You don't actually have to leave the screen completely, which is nice.
I'm all set. It's go time.
And something else I guess I didn't really notice until now either. Is that I'm pretty sure in the first game, when you first gain the ability to start doing reductions, I'm pretty sure you can only do up to 4 the first time you get that ability, until like later in the game when you do.
Perfectly balanced.
And you get like the sticker that lets you do more. Yeah, but well, whatever, that was still enough to kill it. But it looks like you can do more than 4 right from the outset in this game.
Absolute trash.
I wonder what the upper limit for the reductions would be, which would probably be pretty difficult to hit anyway.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going.
If the frequency for that is anything like in the frequency of, or density I guess I should say, of the noise.
Follow my lead.
And we're probably never going to be able to get to the limits regardless, but the limit in the first game, once you get that sticker from the post game, it lets you extend that, is 16, which...
Alright, could have been worse.
I'd say that it probably was possible to hold the spin sugar beam, sure, why not? Into Nighty Night Beam. Evolve the spin into something else, sure, why not? Into Glacial Getaway. And we got a new pin anyway, Rapturous Rabbits, but I'm pretty sure that right now we don't actually have any pins right now that are mastered. This one is like coming close, but this one might evolve too, you never know. Oh, what about this one? That's one that's equipped to Minami Motor right now. This one is another Coney pin. Psyche's Dynamite Darts. Fire 8 towers within a fixed time to trigger a massive explosion that knocks back any nearby enemies. And who is that recommended for? For same guy as the other rabbit pins? Let's see if I can even select this guy again. Oh, it's friendly for this guy. He's the force rounds guy, I guess. Long range. But hey, we did the 2 chain reduction, or 2 reduction battle. Chain battle. Whatever order those words need to come in. Okay. Nicely done. All clear. Held your target with a rock from above. Here, another new pin. Get a feeling that this one's gonna evolve too. Sutaya O East, is that what that said? So it's not gonna be A East anymore, it's gonna be O East, even though it does look like this is the same location from the first game too. Rindem. Rind, so I guess that time you're actually supposed to pronounce it as Rind and not Rind. But yeah, well, there's somebody in all orange. There's also a whole bunch of noise back here, which is probably not that surprising, but...
Let's have a look.
And also Tigger Punks probably exists based on the fact that the store has that sign. That's gotta be MKM. Always pains me to spring over someone else's work, but there was just no passion behind it. Seen toddlers make more inspired wall scribblings than that. I'm all fired up. Better go pour this passion into my next piece.
Hey.
Get a photograph, even though, I mean, can normal people even see us? Because I'm pretty sure that they established before already that normal people can't see the players. It hurt to remember the graffiti at Dog and Saka, and I guess describe it in more details in her own thoughts, so let's do the thing.
Let's get down to business.
I mean, do we even know what it would have looked like? I guess we can make her remember the graffiti that she used to paint over it.
Come on, think.
Is this supposed to be 10-4? You're glorifying capitalism on my watch, boy. Are you really going there? Why would someone put up a picture of 10-4 like that? Oh, now she's just able to remember it with perfect clarity, and we're able to see that ourselves. Now that's a final clue. 10-4, which also had a graffiti of its own if we checked over there. What could it mean? What does it all mean? Are we supposed to roar and beat our chests in front of one of them or something? And also we somehow got a new pin from completing that sequence as well. Well, since we get all these new pins, might as well do our reduction battle over here with TWEWY Switch. Gleefully are able to meet up with here. And see if we can max out at least one of the pins that we've got on us right now. So we can swap it out, probably.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going! Nice trajectory! What do you think? Not bad. Such simple equations. Sure.
Oh shit. We're somehow not quite landing all the combos that I was hoping that we would.
More trash for the heat. Let's keep it going! Time to take out the trash! Oh yeah! You're done for! So careless!
Hey, like a new combo special attack thingy. That's not the, I guess, generic starry looking one or the fire one that we did earlier, so let's see how this one looks. I guess it's determined by like an elemental pin or whatever. Oh, never mind, this is the same one that we did before. At least it looks like it now.
Was that cool or what? Not bad, I'd say.
Oh shit. It would make sense that you're not able to attack if you're knocked down, though. That's technically a thing that happened in the first game, too. But hey, we did it.
Could have been worse.
And this time we got probably nothing new. Yeah, just more copies of the stuff that we already have, but did we master one of the pins? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we mastered that one, but only that one. The other ones are actually kind of close to being masterable too, so... New different input, close range, random... What do you mean random? Why do I get the feeling that these recommended ones are not necessarily gonna be, oh boy, the same each time, or like, it's not gonna have the same scope every time. Same input, attack up. This one has more attack than that one. Interesting. I mean, this one isn't fully maxed out yet. So I guess everyone will probably be able to use this one, but might as well put this one on this guy. Looks like the attack goes down, but that's probably because we need to level it up. And I guess once one of these other two guys gets to a maxed out state with those pins, I can put that other new pin that we just got on them. But for now we might as well just make it all the way back. I guess we could also maybe have a couple more fights on the way back just so we can establish that, but maybe not. Aim just to admire the size of this fascinating town. Okay. There's a little to the right hand, perfect. Looks exactly like Hanukkah. I wonder who this Hanukkah is, because I get the feeling that's the second time that we've heard that name mentioned. That's probably not a coincidence. Looking for gluten today. It seems like the contrary of something that they would advertise, but... Crowd surfer. I don't think that's what crowd surfing means, but... Sure. Young'uns. Hey there, fellow kids. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that artist calling herself MK Innocent short for my cookie neighbor after all is just Mikan. So just take out the fucking vowels from her name. I suppose that's somewhat creative. Not really that creative though, it just feels like a stylization more than necessarily being created by them. I guess those things aren't really mutually exclusive, but I don't know. It just seems like a very basic kind of thing when you break it down.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going! It's over! Nice! It's crunch time! Right.
Even almost got to 100% groove that time. Maybe we can just fill it up with this next battle and then yeah, it just works.
Such simple equations. Ain't no stopping us now. We got this.
And there we go. I guess because this time we're using the guy with the fire element pin, we got the different special. Even though we have someone with a fire element and an ice element pin. Let's go ahead and unleash this special on this mount. Wasn't even a mount, it's a bear, but...
Got it! Roll! So I never miscalculate. Alright, could have been worse.
Well, there we go, we got more master pins. Which means that now we can swap out one of those for something else. Is this one mastered, I wonder? We mastered this one and that one. We mastered a bunch of these, and... Are we sure that everyone can equip everything? I guess this guy can equip everything, but it doesn't look like this guy can... Shit, hold on. Doesn't look like this guy can equip the... Never mind. I just saw that the selection when I tried to put something else on this guy was different, but... Let's see, we had 1, 2, 3, 6, 2 rows of 6, that's 12 different pins, and this guy has that too, and this guy has that too. Maybe I'm just bad at paying attention, I don't know. What about this? Same input burst. Is this dynamite? This is dynamite darts, okay, so... I'll tell you what, we'll put this pin on this guy, and we'll put this pin on... this guy. I don't know why we have to press the button twice this time, but... Oh. Because I'm pressing down here instead of A first. That's a little strange, but okay. No. It's the opposite of what I want to do. No, this is different. Like, we get a different thing depending on whether or not we got... Whether or not I press A before going into the screen, or whether I press something different, and now... Or is it now the same for everyone, but it's... No, wait, this guy has less pins than the others, so... Why is that? What do the others have that this guy doesn't? What about that force round spin, the natural puppy one? For some reason, he's not able to use that. Let me see. What if I try to put him in natural puppy one on this guy? No, apparently, Minamoto can't use this one. That's weird. Oh well. I guess we better not question it. Let's do just one more encounter before we move away from this screen so we can try out the other pins that I just put on there. Okay, you didn't even get up there to paint it anyway, and how come there's nobody watching those places for there to be... Well, I don't know. I don't know how graffiti art works as far as the logistics of it, being able to get away with it, but... Painkillers are wearing off, my mouth throbs with every step. Shouldn't have taken out all 4 wisdom teeth at the same time. I mean, it's probably for the better, honestly. That's how I had it done. And let me tell you, having the wisdom teeth out is definitely better than putting up with the bullshit that they will probably force you to endure. If you leave them in. I mean, that bullshit was kind of the reason that I had them taken out in the first place. It was already affecting me by that time. And yeah, it's a pain in the ass as you wait for them to... Hey, what? Oh, it's L this time. I forgot to check what the psych was, actually.
So far, so good. Let's keep it going!
same input. Well, it's obviously not the same input as far as it being the same button, but...
No sweat for Fret. Yes, got it. Nice one, Red Dude.
So better just stick to the other ones, not the spawnier ones.
Let's keep it going.
Not bad, I'd say.
And there's only a couple of reductions, so I wasn't really able to try out the other psych.
Not too shabby.
And I just put it in that model for the time being. Quite yet, but... can't look at it now. Meteor Strike is the psych, and apparently we charge it up with L. Well, we charge it to knock the enemy down, okay, so it is a charge up thing. But it's just L instead of R. Strike again when the enemy hits ground. Greatly increases attack on the enemies in the air. And I guess the other ones that we've seen don't have that ability. Or don't have any ability by the looks of it. It's kind of weird. But back to 10-4 we go this time. I feel like I'm probably done with the detours. But I have to remind myself to hold L instead of R now to charge up the Minami Moro. Psych. Well, here we are.
Hey.
Another Reaper broadcast.
Greetings.
I only wanted to voice act the first word in this message again. This is your Game Master Shiba speaking. Hope you're getting into the groove on day 2. Got some red hot news for you. Looks like one team has already polished off today's mission. I mean, surely the mission isn't just Final 3 graffiti. As for the rest of you, well, don't leave me cold. Especially not when today's game is finally heating up. There's only 5 teams left and the number's only getting smaller, and you kind of have to wonder what's happening to the other teams that are apparently getting eliminated, given that I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be comparatively weak, and yet we haven't really had any encounters with other teams as antagonists. Positions in the table will be locked by the end of the week. One team will take the prize, one will take the punishment. And a special shout out to the Wicked Twisters. Congrats on changing your name and on locating the target. Okay, so I guess we weren't the Pure Heart or whatever the team that supposedly won the first day was called. Wicked Twisters. Now it's time to show me what you got, my turbocharged Twisters. I mean, it's probably pretty clear why they chose that name. You changed your name without telling me. Hey, here's another track that's I'm pretty sure also straight out of TWEWY 1 with no modifications. This one's called Rush Hour though. This one I actually do remember the name of. Yeah, 'cause I knew you'd love it. What's not to love? Well, I don't know. I guess he makes a case for it. But it's so cringy. You had to instill that name or include that word. For the face ring, dude, you know it's a cool name. Well, just picture us a massive tornado tearing everything to shreds. If you get a better idea, I'm all ears, but I guess he doesn't. So there you go. Twisters move out. I mean, it's probably not too far as you could try to figure out as for a team name. Especially if this is the kind of aesthetic that you're going for. Fearsome Fallwitch, are you ready? Wait a second.
Let's have a look.
Is there anybody else around? Let me see if I can actually get a little bit of practice with this this new input thing.
Well, you asked for it.
Before we actually go into a more dedicated fight. Even though it's probably not going to be a problem in and of itself. I have to guess. Right, here we go. Start off with this spam and then do this spam. Oh. Damn, it's actually pretty strong. Somehow I was expecting the Grizzly to survive that meteor attack, but I guess that was not to be. Let's try mixing it up a bit instead of leaving the meteor thing for the end. Let's try to do it as the second attack.
Could have gone worse. You think so? Time to follow my lead. Gotcha. It's up. To cheese for you. Oh, this is gonna be easy. Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude.
I just realized we got like we're in the final reduction, I think, so let's just go ahead and finish this off.
Alright, we won!
Not too shabby.
I wonder what this new version of Sunday that they put in this game is called. Just called like Sunday 2.0 or some shit. But let me see. How are these pins progressing? This one's a 3. Both of these are 3 out of 5, but this one's got a little bit more, which makes sense. We can do it. You bet, actually. Hold on just a moment. We technically haven't used the save function yet, might as well do that. I might as well do it on the save number 9, why not? 10 for building, 2% complete. Alright, let's go this time. Right where the clues told us to be. And with that, take it away, Rindu would accept.
Seriously?
I mean, what are we doing exactly? Oh, I guess this is the... That's right, we're supposed to be like the champions now, so... Or at least the champions of the mission today. Beat your chest and roar in for the 10-4. Which is a better rhyme than if you call it 1-4 or whatever they wanted to call it in this dialogue so far. We got an actual gorilla noise, which is a new thing for sure. Is that our target?
I'm all set. It's go time. We sure we can handle this?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Oh shoot.
It's got a good grip.
My advice? Don't get grabbed.
I mean, can we don't?
We'll lend a hand.
I guess we can.
Get up for that remainder. Time to take out the trash.
Okay, yeah, I can actually see the boss HP this time. I'm actually paying attention to it. Oh shoot.
Why do I even bother?
Oh.
Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Yes, got it. Nice one, Rin, dude. Too many.
Fine, I'll integrate.
That'd be great.
Stoop, follow my lead.
Gotcha.
Oh, there we go.
Bye.
Didn't realize that this thing is actually gonna be able to... Oh
Getting
shit.
ready.
For what? Nothing good.
Getting ready to completely cheese its way out of our... Oh shit, okay. Well, that wasn't too bad to avoid. If I do say so myself.
It's over. Time to take out the trash.
So far, so good.
Let's keep it going. Stupid fractal.
Such simple equations.
There we go.
Ah, there he goes again. What do we do?
Change our coordinates.
I mean, somebody could have told me that when it does this attack, it was... all you gotta do is head for the edge of the arena, and I guess you're gonna be safe.
Such simple equations.
Sure.
You'll regret this.
There we go. Maybe now it won't run away and cheese its way out of this attack completely, or maybe it will.
It's over. Did I do that? You sure did. Let's keep it going.
Oh, there we go. We actually pretty much barely took damage during that too, didn't we? I think it's fine, but I guess we actually gotta remember to not just stand still during battles like we can more or less afford to do during the
That's
regular
not so
ones.
bad, right?
I think this one's gonna be leveling up, why not? into classical cacophony. Not to be confused with cacophony. And these two leveled up but not maxed out. Wonder if one of those is gonna evolve. I to imagine probably the answer would be yes.
Phew. Looks like we won.
That definitely felt tougher than yesterday. I thought we were done for. Or are we already done for, seeing as we're dead? You think if we had died back there, we would have come back to life, like a double negative?
Let's just say that we won.
Not till you grab the pin. Doesn't count unless you reap your reward.
Huh? What pin? Huh?
What do we have here? My eyeliner put up a real struggle this morning. But it looks like my luck has turned up, just like my wingtips. Finders keepers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I've heard a lot about you wicked twisters. I hadn't heard you were so precious, though. Even if you are a bit slow on the uptake. Can't have it all, I suppose.
Sorry, but who are you?
Oh, sorry. Where are my manners? My name's Kanon Tachibana.
Alright. I'm still quite thankful that all of these other persons who are introduced do say their name right before those things.
Huh? Today's results are in. The Varia Beauties effortlessly erased today's target, but the Ruin Bringers remain on top. Wait, but we're the ones who erased the target.
Bless your heart. Did no one tell you? You won't earn any points without this pretty little baby.
Oh, that pin.
Oh, and make sure you pick up any pins you see lying around.
The scene that we witnessed
Pick up any pins you happen to find. Trust me.
just a few seconds ago, but also that one, which
Remember,
wasn't
to the
as
winner goes the
clear in our
spoils.
memory.
After all, these babies are this season's must-have item. I know it's a competition and all, but still, I hate to steal it from you.
Don't worry about it. There's plenty more pins in the sea.
Hang on, Fred.
Aw, aren't you a little sweetheart? Since you already got my name, mind if I get yours?
I'm Tosai Furusawa, but everyone calls me Fred. And this is my buddy Rindo. I guess he's like the leader of the Wicked Twisters. Or something like that.
Pleased to meet you, Fred. You too, Rindo. We may be rivals, but here's to a fair fight. Oh, and thanks again for the pin. See you tomorrow. Ciao, boys.
Ciao.
Great. All that work and nothing to show for it.
At least now we know what a real team looks like.
Intimidating. That's what.
Yeah, I was too scared to ask for the pin. Especially with that gaggle of guys behind her. They looked like a real bunch of grinders. You know, cranking out that EXP. And Kanon was super cool, am I right? Man, I hope we get to see her again.
Dude, are you?
A complete moron.
Whoa. Oh, hey there, Shoki.
Frankly, I'd say you're both morons for giving up all those points like that. Has no one told you the only way to escape the game is to come in first? Or that you'll be, like, absolutely screwed if you end up in last?
Maybe.
Don't tell me you're waiting for someone to say this is all some sick joke. Snap out of it. This game is 100% real. Maybe you could at least try to act like your lives are at stake here, and shake things up while you're at it. Everything's been so predictable.
Wait, how are our lives at stake if we're already dead?
Here's an idea. How about you find a new friend?
Come again?
It's like this. Word around town is another player's joined the game. Sounds like they're a real wild one. But beggars like you can't exactly afford to be choosers. Think it over. Later, losers.
Gotta say, I don't like the sound of being absolutely screwed. Although we kinda already are, since we can't contact anyone. Are we seriously dead? That would really suck.
Wait, Swallow and I were texting earlier today, weren't we?
Is that supposed to be the new player, or...
Looks like my message went through just fine. Maybe we've just got bad reception?
Or are we going to not bring up the fact that I guess somebody just joined the game, even though it's not at the start of it? Well, say I'm still kind of suspicious of the whole we're able to contact Swallow through the phone thing. How's the new recruit? Oh boy. Who is speaking? Is it someone with an iguana on the shoulder? I think that's what I'm looking at there, yeah. And this guy. Say they got potential. How much potential are we talking here? Enough to spice up our little game. One now until we throw them in the pot and crank up the heat. Maybe we'll see whether they meet our high standards. Something about them for sure. Two I met yesterday weren't bad either. Got a feeling they'll put on a good show for us. Things are gonna get wild. I want to get my hopes up, but I trust your instincts, and I guess there's gotta be a reason why we're not able to see the person in the bottom left. We get a real sixth sense when it comes to troublemaking. And that's the end of the chapter. Is that also gonna be the end of this whole thing? Based on the fact that this is playing right now, I would say probably yes.
Can we just not?
Reaper team! This feels a little unsafe!
I have so much to live for! So many games to play!
So did your Zeptograms have time to process mission?
I guess we already know who the other team member is gonna be.
Not yet. Not yet!
She's with that guy, even though she's the one who's got like some kind of relation to
Have a marvelous mañana.
the characters from the first game. Oh boy.
Just doing my reaperly job for once.
Do you need a smack to jog your memory? Splendiferous!
And all these people are back, even though
Greetings, sheeple of Shibuya.
didn't show up at all so far, or were hinted at.
No mercy for you!
Oh, that's the person with the iguana. There you go. That's what she looks like.
Fear it may already be too late.
When you mess up, at least make it interesting.
Shinjuku Reapers. So we got two separate sets of Reapers, I think.
Seems a rather risky endeavor.
I don't know, I guess I would probably tie into the very vague and distant stuff we saw from the extra episode and TWEWY Final Remix.
The only way to escape the game is to come in first?
And let me remind you that you discs are in dead last!
The higher they climb, the harder they fall, the greater your spoil shall be.
You know what that means. We're going after the Ruin Bringers.
Until now. Now you show no punishment for hindering my pursuit of happiness. You'll rue the day you mocked me for failing to obtain that ES pin.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think this girl's got the wrong idea. My head. I can barely think straight. Hang on. I'm having some serious deja vu. This happened before. Can I make sure it doesn't?
Oh yeah, that look into the future and undo the future like Final Destination thing that we saw at the beginning. Didn't really come up again after that.
You've got some pretty big shoes to fill here in Shibuya.
What did Susie K call him again? Neku or something?
Yeah, that guy's coming back.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's kind of been a thing for a while.
Target acquired.
And he's also got a face mask. I gotta play the demo now under this like they did in that tweet that they had to retract. No, I guess not. But there we go. The file can be transferred to the final game, allowing you to continue where you left off, but I get the feeling that I'm still not gonna do that. For the simple reason that I'm gonna wanna try and verify whether or not anything was different in the or anything is going to be different, I guess, in the start of the game between this version and the actual final version, whenever that's out. But something that I'm probably gonna want to get my hands on is an actual isolated version of this this track playing right now, which I'm pretty sure is the same track that was given a name. I can continue to load the game. Well, I guess I can just continue and just gotta put it right back where my one and only save was, which was right before the quote-unquote final boss there. Boss of day 2. What?
Phew. Looks like we won.
Wait, what?
That definitely felt tougher than yesterday. I thought we were done.
Okay, hold on. What if I just fast forward past everything? I guess if I pick continue, it's not gonna put me back right before the boss fight. Instead, it's gonna put me after the boss fight, which means that I can't really do anything. Okay, hold on. If it's gonna do that, I might as well just restart. That's pretty much the last thing that I want to do for now. To conclude this little prelude with the demo here, I guess, is just get back into the menu one more time so that I can remind myself what the actual track name is. It's Welcome to Shibuya or something, I think, but I mean, the power to verify that should be within my grasp, so I shouldn't ignore it. Also, okay. But if you only use the autosave feature, you're not really gonna be able to. Okay, there we go. Features the following restrictions. Members max out at level 15 and you can only own up to 10 copies of the same pin. Let's see if I load game and I can instead of going with the autosave, I go with this. He's gonna put me in a place where I can do something. So just go into the menu. Maybe. No, yeah, we definitely have gotten more than like 10 copies of one pin so far. Okay, what's... I guess whatever it's loading means that we can go into the menu until it finishes loading, but yeah, this is the track. And it's called Wander Around Shibuya, there we go, not just Welcome to Shibuya. I wonder if that's... I don't know, that seems kind of generic, but for some reason I'm just questioning whether or not that's the actual finalized official track name or not. But... oh, there we go. And a couple of book hint thingies that we weren't... we didn't look at in the menu after I got them. Mining with Fred, Chain Battles, and the Noisepedia. Speaking of Noisepedia, I guess can't really look at this thing after we fight the boss, because it's just gonna be gone. Oh yeah, what pins do we get from this thing? Raptors, Rabbits, and Unridian. And if there's just one thing that we don't know right now that we probably could know is what we get from this enemy on easy mode, or what we get from this enemy on normal or easy mode, but I guess it probably wouldn't be impossible to get an actual pin drop from that boss. Even though you can do reductions to increase the probability, but what you can do, I guess, is lower your level. Oh, it didn't seem like it let me do that. Let me try that, because what I did before was this, like try and lower my level, and if I do that, okay, never mind, it does work. Even though I was pretty sure that I tried to do that before and it just didn't work. Well, let's see, Team HP is not even that different, so let's just put it at 1 out of 9. Let's see.
Gotta focus.
Let's just get in one fight, let's see how this goes.
Talk about worthless trash.
With a 9.0 multiplier, I guess, because that's how much we're going down.
Just as I calculated.
Data really easily and don't even manage to do any damage to us, even if we're completely gimped.
Scored big on that one.
Scored big on that one. And I guess the other restriction means that we're not actually able to get more than 10 copies of one pin. What does that look like? Yeah, we got 9 of this, and the one that we actually got equipped, and same for this one. I mean, do we really need more than 10 copies of one pin? I mean, at least they actually stack in this game, so maybe there is a purpose to that. Opposed to the first one, where if you try to manage your pins, the only ones that stack are the money pins. And actually, no, that's not true. It's not that the only ones that stack are the money pins, it's that the ones that stack are the mastered pins. Meaning that if you look at any pins that aren't mastered, they're all gonna be in like a... there's gonna be cluttering up a ton of space in the pin menu, so probably gonna want to get rid of a bunch of those if you're not using them, but I guess that's no longer a problem in this this game, because they're stacked even though they're not mastered. Who knows, maybe you do want like lots and lots of copies of the same pin even if they're not mastered, but since we did actually go through one more fight just for the hell of it, might as well do another save. Over this one again, yeah. Well, that's pretty much gonna be everything, like I said. I'm definitely interested in some of the other new tracks that I heard while playing this. Pretty sure it's gonna be mostly the ones that are just remixes, I guess, new remixes of the tracks that were heard in 2v1. But I'm probably also gonna want... God, how do I say this? I'm probably also going to want to grab an isolated version of this track, which I guess is called Wander Around Shibuya. Well, there you go. Takes about 2 to 3 hours to play through if you wander around as much as I did this demo. Thanks Tetsuya Nomura, Gen Kobayashi, Miki Yamashita, and see you in about a month's time, I guess, when this comes out for real. But it's supposed to be July 27th, right? That's what the number is. What day of the week is that gonna be? It's gonna be a Tuesday, surprisingly enough. So I'm probably gonna want to bring that to stream immediately whenever that comes out. I wonder what I'm gonna be wanting to do in the day right before this comes out, though. Something that it's just gonna be a normal day. Which, why wouldn't it be at this point? But who knows? You never know. But that having been done, something that I especially appreciate too is that it's not one of these demos where you have like only a limited amount of times to play through stuff or whatever, or you got a time limit or anything like that. Which are pretty silly restrictions if you ask me, considering that it's not like you're getting the full game's content anyhow. But with that, it's been a hot minute, but I still could go for a little bit farther, I say. Simply because, why the hell not? So I think what I'm gonna be doing is probably do the thing that I hinted at in my... Oh, hey, I got even more music from the world. That's with you. That's right, forget about that. The freaking imprinting track, which I was trying to remember the name of. I want to listen to this, and also Psychedelic, which is another track from 2v1. While I go ahead and sort out what I'm going to be doing next. Let me see. Also, thanks for the Discord thing, Redbird, which I completely forgot about. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Now I'm getting multiple emails about the Steam sale which just started, even though I'm probably going to wait a little bit before I actually start dropping money on that, which I do have a few things in mind. Probably want to pick up from that. Oops. But I get the feeling that, particularly at the very beginning of the sale, things are probably gonna have a bit of a glut, so it's probably not gonna be the smoothest thing in the world if I try doing that too soon, but not before, okay, I don't think it will take too long to get to that, but anyway. As of what I'm gonna be doing right now, is I can give the old throat a bit of a break as I switch over to... oh, what the fuck. Switch over to the other computer monitor source and also switch over to this scene again. As I head over here and go with another game which is going to involve a fair bit of reading, mostly because that's pretty much the only thing that you do in this quote-unquote game. I might as well do this for a little while. I'm gonna switch over to Higurashi at least for a bit, because I feel like I probably should, given that I didn't really end up doing any of that this week. And not even yesterday when I was gonna try to stream, but I ended up taking a nap in the middle of the afternoon, which is because I wasn't feeling very well rested. I might as well do this, yeah. Hey, that's Dancer on the Street, the Pig Noise theme, which... I want to say, how do I phrase this? The proper way to phrase this, I think, at least as to my perspective, would be... There's a track from Super Meat Boy called Rocket Rider, which sounds suspiciously like this track. And I actually am not even entirely aware of which of those two tracks came out first, but definitely, at least from my perspective, that one is the derivative track. Simply, maybe not necessarily because it technically is derivative, but because of the fact that I heard the TWEWY one first. And the way that I remember the other one is that fucking Meat Boy track sounds like this one track from TWEWY, which is more memorable, but anyway, enough of that. Let's go ahead and start up Higurashi and do this for a bit. Probably an hour or so. At least. Probably do a couple of chapters and then after about that much time has passed, just gotta keep going until something happens. Until about that much time passes, and then I get to another point where I can just kind of stop. Another chapter break. Alright, let's go ahead and fade this out so that I can actually hear the VN sounds. And let's see, I'm not quite sure what had happened last time I looked at this, but that's the very same reason why I feel I should not space these things out too much. I think I remember now that I'm looking at the things. Oh god. I didn't remember this particular detail though, the fucking wacky time music. Which plays during the chapter break stuff when you're looking at the tips, options and what have you, apparently continues to play even if you fucking load back into this screen in particular. That's unexpected, but it's also probably going to be very unfitting for my attempted recollection of what had happened in the game before, because, okay, let's see. What happened in the couple of sessions that I did of this previously? And the first one, it was just like wacky characters doing wacky things, and there's like kind of a hint of a hazy murder plot that we don't really know a lot about going on in the background, and then the second time that I read through more of this, there was like the long-winded carnival scene, and then at the end there's like a chat about the curse of somebody dying the day of the carnival every year, and then the day after that we found out that somebody had been murdered, and that guy was the guy that told us about the murder in the first place, and the only guy that was like willing to actually talk to us about that shit, which was the photographer guy. And I'm pretty sure that's the last thing that happened, so with that recollection of these ghastly things to this very wacky music, which, I mean, it's oddly fitting to the scenes in this game where it's just like wacky characters doing wacky anime things. Let's carry on and see what else we're about to witness here. At least for a couple of chapters, like I said.
Yuube 遅くまでテレビ見てたら眠くて眠くて。
ケイちゃんが喜びそうな番組なんかやってたっけ？
不潔千番でございますわ。
ちょっと待て、勝手に想像して決めつけるんじゃね
え。男の子なら当然です。恥ずかしくないですよ。
ちょっとこの昼休みは爆睡させてくれ。いやほんとマジで。
あら、私が黙って見過ごすとお思いで。
邪魔したら怒る。すごい怒る。はあはあ。
さとこちゃんやめなよ。ケイチくん寝ちゃった。寝顔かいい。
後でお持ち帰りしていいから。そっとしときな。
向こうへ移動しましょうです。ケイチにうるさいと悪いですよ。先生が来ても起こさないであげましょうです。
Because of the conversation with the detective, we didn't get much sleep, yeah. There was also like a couple of extra scenes with the detective, like talking to other people that I feel like maybe said something relevant, but I don't quite remember what the content was. Might have to like look at least one of those again. Some kind of evil conspiracy in the town, like in Hot Fuzz, yeah, that's our suspicion right now.
え、それっていつから？
もう次の日にはいなかったって。綿流しの晩に失踪したらしいよ。
Anna's voice was harder to pick up even though she has a higher pitched voice.
わかんない。私の知る限りではね。
で、他にもいるんでしょうか？
彼女がタタリにあったのか、鬼隠しにあったのかはわかんないけどね。
Oh hey, that's what this part of the story is called. To be hidden away by a demon? Well, I sure am glad that you spelled it out for me, because I wouldn't have been able to make that out.
いや、何にせよ、もう一人いるんだよね。だよね。
お社様ならね。
でも今年は出ないよ。
バッチャと村長さんが話してたんだけどさ、今年は事前に警察と話がつけてあるらしいんだよ。何が起こっても騒ぎにしないで穏便に片付けるって。
じゃあレナたちが知らないだけでどこかで誰かがかもしれないってこと？
かもね。
次はレナかな？
安心しなよ。レナはちゃんと帰ってきたよ。
でもダメだったんでしょ？
昔の話だよ。もうやめよう、この話。
To be demon the way, well. There had to be two victims. I guess we don't know what any of the things that they're talking about mean right now. Two different things. Even number of victims, so yeah, I guess there is typically more than one victim from what we heard before. Just like the priest that died, and then the wife who killed herself or just disappeared, and then... Actually, I don't remember if that happened. I don't remember if that actually happened in the other cases that we heard about or not, but... I mean, I'm pretty sure he told you specifically to not talk to anyone, even your own classmates, about what you had heard there. About the investigation. Especially Mion, who I guess is possibly involved with, like, one of the older families that would be a suspect or something. I don't know, it was something like that that was said. I didn't perceive any of that.
ほら、前原くん、下級生をいじめてはいけません。謝りなさい。ほら、前原くん。
へいへい、謝りますよ。さとこさん、ごめんなさい。
ケイちゃん、ケイちゃん、その恨みは部活でね。着席着席。
You know, I'm pretty sure this has been visible for a while, but it does look kind of weird how the character's eyes go over their hair. Got some bizarre layering there.
いっけね、今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ。悪いみんな、今日なし。
おじさんの手伝い？柄にもなく高校なやつだな。
悪い悪い。ほんとすっかり忘れてた。じゃあごめんねみんな。今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ。
みーちゃんね、たまに町にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。バイト代が出ると言ってましたですわ。結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
しかしそれはアルバイトというんじゃないのか？校則で禁止されてないか？
Why would it be?
手伝いは除くと書いてありますです。
Why would school policy stops a kid from getting a part-time job? Like, why would that be a problem? I mean, if it's not something that interferes with regular school attendance, then what's the problem? If they're like teenagers, then...
Oh, あったあった。昨日の推理ゲーム。ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
私は構いませんけど、レナさんとリカはどういたします？ケイチ君がどうしてもって言うならちょっとだけいいかな。僕はみんなが揃っての方がいいなと思いますです。部活がないなら僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。お醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。あ、そうでしたわね。すっかり忘れてましたわ。ならレナも久しぶりに宝探しに行こうかな。
ちぇ、このゲーム楽しみにしていたのにな。
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
犯人はサトコ、凶器はピストル。やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
なんですって？じゃあ犯人はケイチ。凶器はロープで犯行現場はラウンジですわ。
ロープなんかいらねえ。このまま絞め殺してやら。
いやー、ケイチさんの毛玉なケイチさん、覚えてらっしゃい。いっぱいいっぱいいたぶられましたですね。かわいそうかわいそうです。かいかい。
Oh, okay. Not all the cards were made by us. At least every card behind this one has the name of a club member, so... Are we gonna have to go to Mount Gox to solve this mystery?
ケイチ君、早く片付けよう。
レナ、やっぱりこのクラスからも転校で出て行っちゃった生徒って結構いるんだろ？
うん。ひなみ沢って田舎でしょ？転校していっちゃう人も時々いるよ。
じゃあこのサトシってやつも転校してったのか？
ごめん。よく知らないの。意地悪で言ってるんじゃないの。ちょうど去年レナが転校してきてから入れ替わりだったかな。だからあんまりお話ししたことないの。ごめんね。
So did he fuck up by asking her first because she has that excuse? Friends don't let friends worry about village conspiracy curses. Friends don't let friends invest in NFTs.
ケイチ君、怖い顔してる。なんでだろう。なんでだろう。
あ、ごめん。今日の部活楽しみにしてたからさ。残念だっただけだよ。帰ろうぜ。
ケイチ君、疲れてるのかな
そうか？
うん。今朝からケイチ君、なんだか元気ないよ。風邪かな？きっとケイチ君、引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ。前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもん。いろいろ慣れたり覚えたり、疲れて当然だよ。
そうなのかな。
うん。絶対にそうだよ。レナも最初そうだったから。わかるんだよ。だよ。
レナがひなみ沢に転校してきた時の話が聞きたいな。どんなだった？
ケイチ君と同じだよ。人の名前も村の中も全然わかんなかった。みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけど、やっぱり心細かったよ。
じゃあレナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
うん。椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったの。どっさり。そしたらそれを懐かしいな。
ミオンの部活にはいつ頃誘われたんだ？早速初日にか？
His back injuries are funny.
最初は部活なんてなかったんだよ。途中からできたの。放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
そういえばミオン初代部長とか言ってたっけな。納得。
内緒だけどね、みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。全然勝てなかった。
ミオンが？ちょっと想像つかないぞ。
自分で言い出した罰ゲームほとんど自分でやってたんだよ。本当に内緒だからね。みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて、でもケイチくんが引っ越してきてからかな。ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは。
Oh, not anymore, probably. Yeah, that'll happen. In time. I mean, how long ago did she move here? How long are we gonna have to be... gonna expect to wait for that to happen? I don't know, I feel like if there's one thing that's hard to keep track of in this whole storyline, it's the dates.
Na, Rena. みんなは俺に嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。
してないよ、全然。
嘘だろ。
どういう意味だろう、ケイチ君。
Apparently she got angry for a second and then she just went back to
してるよな。俺に。
The rest of her expressions. Her normal expressions. And then she got angry again.
So, ケイチ君。ケイチ君こそ、レナたちに嘘や隠し事をしてないかな。
Okay. It's the first time I'd seen her eyes recolor themselves in that way.
してないかな。嘘や隠し事。してないかな。
してないよ。嘘も隠し事も。
嘘だよ。
どうして嘘だって。
ケイチ君、昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね。レナは知ってるよ。ケイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった。先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね。でも昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。校門のところの車の中で話をしてたよね。知らないおじさんと。
That's pretty detailed, but
あのおじさん。
知らない人だよ。
I guess not all the
知らない人
details.
がなんでケイチ君に用があるの？
俺が知りたいよ。
じゃあ何の話をしていたの？
みんなとは関係のない話だよ。
嘘だ！
Okay.
ね。
Apparently her eyes have not changed color since she closed them there, so...
ケイチ君に内緒や隠し事があるように、レナたちにだってあるんだよ。 行こう。だいぶ涼しくなってきたよ。
Oh, she's got her eyes closed, you can't tell that. I guess you teleport her two moods here. Like you tell who's possessed by Bailing Gravity Falls.
誰だったんだよ。
So a little bit of wacky characters doing wacky things, but it does look like the ratio of that is changing a little bit, which definitely has me a bit more interested, I think. Oh, hey, Landa. Yep, wacky time. It's definitely still a thing, but I guess to a lesser degree now. But welcome in.
Keiichi, 本屋さんから電話よ。
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。私、沖宮書房の大石さんです。
大石さん？大石さんじゃないですか。
ごめんなさいね。ご両親が出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろ気分を害されるでしょうしね。
I was gonna say, when did we ever hear about a bookstore before, but I guess it's just, this guy just magically has a connection to a bookstore now.
夜分遅くにすみませんですね。実は昨日渡した電話番号のメモ、あれ古い番号だったんです。本当に申し訳ない。これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらえますか。
あ、はい。どうぞ。
So what have I missed? Well, it was about 3 hours of wacky anime things, and then a character in this game, which I switched over to, had some highlights in her eyes and talked funny, and now we're all caught up.
生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
大石さん、鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか？
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ、忽然といなくなってしまうことなんです。このあたり独特の言い回しですね。世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。南沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
もったいぶらないでくださいよ。大石さんが言わないなら、俺も何も言いませんよ。
ああ、いやいや。そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただその気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。実はですね、ひなみ沢はその昔、鬼の住む里って呼ばれて恐れられていたんですよ。
鬼？鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持った
That couldn't have been the, yeah. That couldn't have been the original script thing.
なんて怖い昔話があるんですよ。
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に怒るって言ってましたけど、どういうことですか？
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？それは初めて聞きました。そうなんですか、前原さん。
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。
I mean, he
レ
didn't.
ナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
Huh. I guess there was that one occasion, but he didn't really hear about that himself, did he? He just kind of figured it out. I guess it was multiple people being affected by the curse each time.
前原さん、最初の事件ご存知ですよね。バラバラ殺人。
ええ。6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
例えばそれ、逃走中じゃなく鬼隠しにあったんじゃないでしょうかね。
And I guess now they're gonna go over each of the cases and see how that relates to each of them, which is a good thing, because I couldn't really figure out how it would, except for the second one.
.じゃあその翌年の事故はどうです？誘致派の男と妻が一緒に事故死したんですよね。
実はですね。
I guess it meant the third one, not this one.
事故死したのは夫だけなんです。妻は死体が上がりませんでしたから。現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
Pretty sure I only remember the one where it's like a priest that didn't oppose the project and that he died suddenly from disease, but then the wife killed herself or something.
でも死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか？
死体が出ない以上亡くなったとは言えません。法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで生存扱いなんです。
3年目はどうなんですか？神主は病死、妻は自殺ですよ。
前原さん、実はね、これも全く同じなんですよ。これらを鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわかりませんがね、前原さんの言う通り、確かに毎年一人行方不明になっています。
今年の事件では富武さんの連れの女の人が行方不明。じゃあ去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？誰か行方不明になりましたか？確か犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
逮捕されてます。以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね、別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。ですがですね、犯人逮捕からしばらくして被害者宅の子供が行方不明になったんです。犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどうなのか、現在も捜査してます。
だって犯人は捕まったんですよね。それともその仲間が？
さあ、多分単独犯だと思います。もっとも今では確かめようもないんですよ。実はその男、 取り調べ中に拘置所内でお亡くなりになっちゃいまして。
つまり過去5年間必ず死者と行方不明者が一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
そうなります。いえね、私も驚いていますよ。こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
例えば鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。1年目はダムの作業員、2年目は誘致派の男の妻、3年目は神主の妻、4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。特につながりはなさそうだし。
1年目はともかく妻とか交際相手とかそういう人が目立ちますな。
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか？
おとなしい感じの方だったらしいです。年はあなたの一つ上です。
We're gonna get a name drop right now.
名前は北条聡さん。
え？サトシ？
What a twist.
あなたの学校に去年まで通っていました。話を聞いていませんか？
お社様のたたりか。
竜宮レナさんがですか？去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。怖がるのも無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
もっと確信じみたものだったように思います。なんていうのか、
そうですか。ではこちらでも少し調べてみます。前原さんも少し竜宮さんの様子に注意してあげてください。
それはレナを見張れってことですか？
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。お友達が次の被害者にならないよう少し気にしてあげてほしいということです。
ケイチ、ちょっとここを開けてくれ。
すみません、親父が来ました。今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
ええ。夜分遅くに本当に申し訳ありませんでしたね。何か分かりましたら教えてください。こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。では失礼します。
ケイチ、早く開けてくれ。父さん、両手が塞がってるんだ。
RIP the intense atmosphere.
何父さん、それ何のつもりだよ。
もうはぐらかすなよ、ケイチ。入るぞ。で、何の話をしてたんだ？
別に何も。友達だよ。
電話の話じゃなくて来てたんだろう、今。レナちゃんが。
Wait, was she?
来てないよ。
もうごまかさなくたっていいぞ。さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来てたじゃないか。だいぶ話し込んでるみたいだったからお茶でもって思ったらすれ違いだったんだよ。
Yeah, that does seem like it came out of
どのくらい
nowhere.
話し込んでたかな。
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから小1時間くらいかな。
2階に上がったの父さん見たの？
ああ、見たよ。ケイイチの部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
That's good on him, though. It just seems a little inconsistent regardless.
.お父さん、あまりからかっちゃダメよ。それよりアトリエを片付けて。またこぼすわよ。
How would she have been able to hear the stuff that was on the other end of the phone as well? Hey, even the letterboxing goes white when this comes up. You can't really see that. See, all this is really making me wonder is if she really did just show up like a year before he did, then And she's already like part of this bizarre conspiracy circle, then what did she do to gain that trust? Can we do the... well, can this guy do the same thing? Or maybe it's too late, and also that one line that was screamed out is apparently the name of the achievement that I got for getting to this point. But apparently there's still another 8 achievements to unlock, and only 6 of them have been unlocked by this point. This definitely makes me scratch my head, but... well, let's view the... I guess we did get at least one new tip. What's this gonna be about? Notice from the police chief. 1982. I think we established it was like either 1983 or 1984 in the present. Often this takes place, right? I think. Something like that. Departments 1 through 12. XX Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General XXX. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in Hinamisawa Village. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamisawa Village have been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has strong global attention which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. Designated following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station 1982 case number X. Hinamisawa Village housewife murder dated June XX. Okinomiya Station, case number X. Hinamisawa Village, student disappearance dated June XX. Non-disclosure of information. 1979, case number X. Right foreman murder dated June XX, I guess that was the first one. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident dated June XX in 1980. Shinto priest wife's disappearance dated June XX, I guess these are the people that went... well, one of them was killed, but then the other one was... the others are the ones that went missing. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Interline 4X. Police Affairs Departments XXXX. It's just like, don't talk about these particular things more than you have to. Well, I was again, because that was the end of chapter 8. I still don't know how many sub-chapters are gonna be in this thing, but sure, let's carry on. I say we got time for like 1 or 2 more, depending on how long this one's gonna be. Should pick up immediately, well, I guess maybe not immediately from the end of the previous rumination scene, but certainly the same background.
どうしたの？ケイチ、今朝は顔色悪いわよ。昨夜は何時に寝たの？
風邪かもしれない。なんだか食欲ないんだ。
あら、ちょっと熱あるんじゃない？どうする？学校行ける？
Did you ever talk about that before? It was mostly self-study. Yeah, I can totally just not go to school and that's it.
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする？お休みする？
Is that line supposed to be an echo of like the very start of this whole thing? Maybe.
Yasumu. ごめん。
じゃあ母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
Alright. Does he have to go to the hospital just because... just to figure out where it is? I guess he just didn't go to school that day. Okay, so he didn't just go there to figure out where it was, but to actually get an exam. Just for no reason in particular. No, because he had a cold. Or he felt like a cold.
やっぱり鬼隠しかいね。
どうかね。まだまだ若い子だけゃ駆け落ちかもしられへん。どこの誰とよ。季節のたびに東京もんが来ちょったろ。でっけえカメラ持った若者が。あれと仲が良きゃったって話知られへんの？
そら知らんけど、でも普通駆け落ちっても仁義あるだろう。書き置きとか辞表とか書かんかいね。
すったらん書かんから駆け落ち言うんね。
わきゃ看護師さんの顔見られんようなるんは寂しいね。
高野さんはしっかり者よ。どこへ行ってもやっていけろん。
I guess it's not supposed to be like Vox Populi in the village at this point that the guy is dead. Or else he would have actually brought that up here. I mean, based on this dude's experiences, it just kind of looks like Yashiro is just kind of screwing over people who want to have a nice time in Hinamizawa. It's like he screwed over the photographer.
Maebara-san, konnichiwa. 今日はどうしたんです？学校はお休みですか？
ちょっと体調悪かったんで、今日は休みました。お昼を買って帰ろうとしてたところです。
そりゃよかった。実は私、お昼に行こうとしてたんですよ。よかったらご一緒にいかがです？ああ、お体に触るようでしたら構いませんよ。地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。町まで行きましょう。ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな？私、おいしいお店知ってるんですよ。
Roundabout way of saying things, yeah. Let's not be seen together because we don't know who's in on this bizarre ultra localist conspiracy. I don't even know how to phrase that. Just we shouldn't be seen together, pretty much, I guess.
Yeah.
富武さんの捜査は暗礁に乗り上げています。自分の爪で喉をかき破るという異常さから幻覚作用のある何らかの薬物によるものだと信じているのですが、こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなかなかないらしいんです。もちろん検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。体内に取り込まれると分解したりして証拠が何も残らないなんて、そんな薬
ありますよ。塩化錯視何でしたっけ。まあ、結構あります。でもですね、富武さんのような症状を引き起こす薬物にはそういうものはないそうなんですよ。
じゃあ警察は富武さんは叩いて死んだってそう言うんですか？
悔しいですが今のところは。ですが死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。たたりでなく人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。2名です。タバコは、我慢します。
こちらへどうぞ。ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
どうです？このお店のウェイトレスさんの格好、可愛らしいと思いません？
え？
Subway. It's gonna be
どうでしょうね。
another Japan thing.
いつも 大人気なんですよ。お料理よりもウェイトレスさんがね。
ああ。大石さん、目がやらしいですよ。
うん？そうですか？昨日、ひなみ沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
ええ。人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので、うちのばあ様に今朝ちょっと聞いてみたんです。なんでもですね、大昔はひなみ沢は鬼ヶ淵って呼ばれてたんだそうです。
鬼ヶ淵、すごい名前ですね。
今でもその名前残ってるんですよ。神主の妻が受水自殺した沼の名前は今でも鬼ヶ淵というんです。沼の底の底は鬼たちの住む国とつながってると言われてたんだそうです。
I mean, somebody in the village had to have given it that name if that's what it actually used, right?
でですね、鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそうです。鬼たちはある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。例えば不治の病にかかった村人を鬼ヶ淵に運んで治してもらったりとかしたんだそうです。
鬼って言ってもそんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
でもそこはやっぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として連れてきた母親を食わせろとこうなるらしいんですよ。
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？それは怖いな。
もちろん母親は息子を連れて逃げます。これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人鬼たちがですね、全員で追いかけて取り囲んで捕まえたんだそうです。結局母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだそうです。おしまい。
その話矛盾がありますよ。当事者の2人が食べられちゃったんですから、その話が残るはずがありません。
ありゃ。昔話はこういうの多いですよね。でもですね、他の昔話にも結構あるらしいんですよ。鬼ヶ淵の鬼たちが総出で獲物を捕まえに来るというのは。鬼たちの獲物は常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
え？
ばあ様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの時には絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんです。
つまりどういうことですか？
獲物の人を助けたりかくまったりしてはいけないんだそうです。鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り村人には危害を加えない。そういうルールなんだそうです。
ルールを破ったらどうなるんです？
さあ、何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
じゃあ大石さんはやっぱり村ぐるみもしくは村人数人の犯行だと見てるんですね。
前原さんはどう思います？ああ、すみません。コーヒーのおかわりいいですか？去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から私は不審に感じていたんです。それでサトシさんのお友達、つまり前原さんのお友達グループの皆さんをちょっぴりだけ、本当にちょっぴりだけですよ、調べさせてもらったんです。
Okay. But now we've gotten paranoid enough that we don't care.
とてもつまらない話になります。前原さんがつまらないと感じたらいつでもおっしゃってください。終わりにしますので。
お願いします。
1年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前に園崎美音さんと取っ組み合いをしてるんですよ、何度か。
And how old would she have been at that point? Because she's pretty young now.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。それが北条聡子さんなんです。
え？聡子って聡子
？So is she an orphan?
神主夫婦が亡くなられますよね。そのお嬢さんが古出里香さんです。
里香ちゃんが
？4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。北条聡子さんの義理のおばです。当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので預けられていたのです。被害者宅に。ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは聡子さんの実の兄になります。
ちょっと待ってください。
I mean, did we ever hear anything about her relatives at all? Or was that just lost over entirely? I don't think we did.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか。
前原さん、静かにみんな見てますよ。
I mean, there is one person who has not been brought up yet.
TWEWY レナさんは去年まで茨城の郊外にお住まいでした。まあ確かにいずれの被害者とも直接の面識はありませんが、実は調べてみたらTWEWYさんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
レナが学校中のガラスを割った？
3日間の謹慎が明けた後も復学しなかったようです。その間に神経科に通院し、何週間かの間投薬と医師によるカウンセリングを受けています。
I don't know, I mean, they've shown me her regular personality from the start of the game and told me that she was on medication and I would have believed it.
その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。
And this was before she ever lived in the village? Yeah.
お社様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。その後、しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越されたんです。ああ、そうそう。レナさんはよそ者なんかじゃないですよ。
え？
住民票で分かったんですが、TWEWY一家は元はひなみ沢の住人です。レナさんがちょうど小学校に上がるときに茨城へ引っ越されたんです。
Okay, so she used to be moved, or she used to live in Hinamizawa itself before that time, like she moved away and then she moved back.
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？もう終わりにしましょうか。
レナのことは分かりました。じゃあその最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなんですか？誰と接点があるんですか？
全員ですよ。お忘れですか、前原さん。みんなで楽しくお祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか。何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見ていますよ。そろそろ出ましょう。ああ、前原さん。お昼の薬は飲みましたか
I mean, at this point, who isn't secretly involved in the village in their past, like, you gotta turn out that...
今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
なんで俺に話すんですか？
Is it gonna turn out that Koichi's family was from the village as well, or something? Why not the photographers? Why not the detectives? But apparently the detective said that his mother was the one who told him about all the old legends and crap.
どうして俺に接触してきたんですか?
So clearly that must mean...
私ね、今年で定年なんです。定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけははっきりさせておきたかったんです。
で、大石さんは疑ってるんですよね、みんなを。
これはこの道30年の勘です。前原さん、危ないのはあなたなんですよ。私は今年で定年ですから、来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。所長からも注意を受けています。一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すなというんです。これは一種の圧力です。
圧力って何のですか？
ひなみ沢の誰かですよ。着きました。この辺でいいですか？今日の話は全て忘れてくださっても結構です。ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。お社様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
何かあったら連絡しろってことですか？
いいんですよ。前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなった時だけでいいんです。ゆっくり休んでください。病気でお休みの時によくない話ばかりして申し訳ありませんでしたね。私はいつでもあなたの味方です。それだけは信じといてくださいよ。それじゃあ失礼。
Well, does that mean that the rest of this is going to span a whole year until the next festival happens? We've been going like by individual days, so doesn't seem like that would really be practical.
Chikusho, 俺死にたくないよ。
Well, speaking of days, I don't think this one has potentially ended quite yet, but I guess there's not really... Probably wouldn't be that practical to have any more scenes, but apparently we have at least one more scene, okay. just gonna be a rumination, or is somebody else going to be involved? Because I would imagine that for there to be another scene, then you would need at least one other character to interact with this guy.
Moshi, 前原ですけど。
お、生きてた。もしもーし、リオンだけど。具合はどう？
Oh boy.
圭一のお友達ですか？圭一は休んでますけど。変わりましょうか？
え？あ、お父様で？すみません。
バカで引っかかってやがるよ。
I'm pretty sure my phone would actually sound a lot more obnoxious than that. Or maybe just my familiarity with it that makes me say that.
Che, みんなで勝手に大盛り上がりしてたみたいだな。
まあまあ。でさ、ケイちゃん、お見舞いに行っちゃ都合悪いかな。
お見舞い？いいよ、そんな。重病人ってわけじゃないんだから。
うちのバッチャが山ほどおはぎを作ってさ、お裾分けに持ってけって言ってんだよ。だから持ってくね。
おいおい、風が移っても知らねえぞ。
おじさんもレナもおバカさんだから大丈夫。じゃあね。すぐ行くから。
Okay, I was gonna say. Is the current dramatic moment that Rena's mentioned made the music stop, but I guess not.
What? ちゃんと薬飲んで寝てた？
そりゃもうしっかりとな。
元気そうでよかった。心配してたんだよ。
悪かったな。明日にはもう大丈夫だよ。
ちょっとお邪魔しようかと思ったけど、まだ本調子じゃないみたいだね。
そうか？
じゃあこれ、ケイチくん。みーちゃんのおばあちゃんが作ってくれたおはぎだよ。
あ、サンキューな。ミオンのばあちゃんによろしく伝えといてくれよ。
その中にね、レナが作ったのも混じってるんだよ。ケイチくんに見つけられるかな。
これ、今日の部活を欠席したケイちゃんへの宿題ね。おはぎにアルファベットがついてるから、明日回答すること。
お見舞いなのか部活なのか、どっちかにしろ。
元気元気。これなら明日は大丈夫そうだね。
この騒ぎで熱がぶり返したらどうしてくれんだよ、まったく。
みーちゃん、あんまり騒いじゃ悪いよ。もう行こう。お家の人にも怒られるよ。
そうだね。もう行こっかね。あ、そうそう、ケイちゃん。
なんだよ。
お昼、何食べた？
She was also wearing contacts that day. It seems like a bit of an awkward thing to say to segue into a dramatic, ominous sequence, though.
表で食べたよ。
圭一くん、お昼は外食だったんだね。
どう？美味しかった？
なんでそんなことを聞くんだよ。
渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。誰？
へえ、圭一くん、それ誰？ひょっとしてこの間の人かな？
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
さーてね、おじさんにわからないことはないからね。で、ケイちゃん、何のお話をしてたの？ずいぶんと熱くなってたみたいだけど。
みんなの話はしてないよ。ミオンともレナとも関係ない。
聞いてもないのにレナたちの名前が出るなんて、なんだか怪しいな。
ま、何を隠れてやろうとも、おじさんには全てお見通しってこと、それだけを忘れないでくれればいいかな。
圭一くん、顔色悪いよ。もう横になった方がいいと思うな。
そうだね。私たちはもう帰ろう。
So they came in to flex about their secret network of spies and reporters that they have in town, and then they just left. Yeah, I don't think it's... Oh, okay.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
あ、
明日、学校休んじゃ嫌だよ。
We got another everything inverts, even the letterboxing part of the screen. With a fucking telltale heart moment.
何バカなこと考えてんだよ俺。
Gotten the curiosity, even though it's still not very clear exactly how he heard about the dismemberment murder in the first place, because I don't think that was ever established even now. Did they censor die? I mean...
そうだ。おはぎ食べないと。どれがレナの手作りか当てないといけないんだよな。
Was Satoshi one of them? Is it established that there was like another guy that went missing, right? Or that left. I think that the guy said that he went missing over the phone. But I don't know if it was ever established if he had any kind of actual relation with the others. Like what that relation was.
「この一個がレナのか否かが勝負の分かれ目みたいだな。よし、お茶も準備 OK。 まずはディフェンディングチャンピオンのミオンのばあちゃんからだ。どれ？
Thanks, subtitles. I mean, I don't know if you should be playing the unsettling music before you actually reveal what it is. I don't know, what did you mean? Was it a sewing needle or not? Maybe she was just demonstrating that trope where you send a cake to someone in prison and there's a file hidden inside. He didn't censor die here, so don't even know what did get censored before when he was in the reflection zone. I'm not sure I get it myself, to be honest with you. The implication that she put a needle in the mochi to hurt him, or that the taste that he got was because she mixed blood into it as well, or something. I don't know. I get the feeling that it's something along the lines. Jeez, and I thought... Jesus Christ. Okay, that was like 15 seconds of continuous, fast-paced hammering. I wonder if that'll keep happening. But anyway, I think we're about to wrap things up, but let's look at the new tips first. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? Have you ever seen that dubious movie with the killer trees?
自殺させる薬ってないんですか？
直接的にはない。
遠回しですね。では間接的にはあるってことですか？
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできる。
We're talking about shit like toxoplasmosis.
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですかその自殺したくなる精神状態っていうのは？
例えば一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。内向状態の時は自信を喪失し非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。自殺をする気力すらないからだ。逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。だが、外向状態が始まると、徐々に気力が充実し、体の自由が利くようになってくる。
なるほど。つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
そういうことじゃのう。だからこの時期に変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃな。
では富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道具を使用してな。自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態を起こす薬ってのを教えてください。
鎮痛薬の一部には心理を内向から外向に過剰転換させる効果があると報告されとる。それから催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも異常行動が報告されとるが、あまり一般的ではないの。
その2つは検視の報告だと違うみたいですね。他の可能性は？
あとは病気しか考えられん。甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だがそれらは概して特徴的な症状が多い。仏は違うの。
もっと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
他には？そうじゃな。脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。これは薬物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷や一部の病気なんかでも起こる。
つまり薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性があると？
仏は犯人に囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ。極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、さらに打ちどころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり自虐行動に走った可能性もあるかもしれんの。
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
つまり乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけて、それで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
じゃあ星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったらたまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。なんてわけはありませんね。
いかにも。薬物の常用にせよ精神的なものにせよ、仏の身元が鍵を握っとるぞい。そっちはどうなっとるんじゃ。
あら、こんな時間、そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
おお、頑張れよ。いいお年をの。
いいお年を。
Kuma-chan. Is that somebody or something that we knew? I have the feeling I don't remember, but okay. So, there's no drug that makes you commit suicide, but it's like a weird, sudden, fluky, once in a billion times chance of that happening when you jump between two states in bipolar disorder. I think that's what I got out of that. What about that? Let's see what the last thing we got is. Another dialogue scene.
今の皆さんは確か
議員バッジが2人いたっすね。
じゃあ県議と市議の園崎だ。
面白いっすね。親戚同士で県議と市議やってんすか。
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で慈善運動バンバン。片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。堂々と。
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
慈善運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。公選法くらいは勉強してください。
俺、知能犯化は無理っす。バカですから。お見送りしてんのは副所長とうちの課長っすね。
So that was it? What do you mean?
大石さんは友達多いから聞いてるかもしれないけど、聞いてるかな？
いえ、何も。
お母さん、ガモにはんぺん頼みます。所長んとこに議員の怒鳴り込みがあったんだよ。
あれま、そうなんですか。あ、お母さん、私にもう一杯ください。
ひなみ沢事件の捜査の仕方で君を指名して陳情してきたよ。
ありゃ、私？はてはて。
とぼけるなよ。例のひなみ沢の過去の事件。蒸し返してるだろ。
私、富武殺しで手一杯でそんな余裕ないですよ。な
本当に？本当にそうならいいんだけどさ。
いやー、ごちそうになっちゃいました。今月は負けっぱなしだったんで財布つらかったんですよ。助かりました。
いや、いいよ。また馬教えてよ。大井さんと同じ馬を買うから。
最近はダメです。馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー！ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
大石さ
ん。はいはい。
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。村の連中は半ば本気でタタリを信じてるんだから。
私だってタタリなんか信じちゃいませんよ。
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。退職金でローン返してお母さんと北海道に引っ越すんじゃなかったっけ？
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。最後のご奉公なんです。退職金はまあ歓楽街で楽しむことにしますな。
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
さすがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。でもまあ私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えばまあ時代の流れですかね。
僕も模範的なこととは思わないよ。でもまあ大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきたからさ。僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
もらえるよ。大石さんが大人なら。
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。参ったな。ローン返済できるかな。
Okay, that scene I feel like I didn't quite understand as well. It's more like just back off because the Sanasakis have lights everywhere, something like that. Also, let's save at the end of chapter 9, which I'm still not too sure where the end of Onikakushi would be, especially considering that I guess I got an achievement for getting to the end of chapter 9. I didn't even realize. I only have half of the achievements in Onikakushi, so I have no idea what's up with that, because it seems like we're kind of far along. But even though we only have the cicada sounds and not anything else, I guess I have to go to the next scene just so I can bring up the menu proper and go back to the title screen. Don't have the wacky time sounds like in the the previous chapter and save screen, which was reprised when we loaded back into that. That's where we're gonna be living things off for Higurashi this week. Don't really know what else to expect at this point. But hey, at least it's gotten like 9 hours, nearly 10 hours according to my playtime that I have on this thing on Steam so far, but it seems like we might be getting to the point where stuff is actually happening. Don't you know it? What was the last track from this little, the end of the TWEWY stuff that I had started playing, because why not? Play off the previous one. And which will now play off the stream. Hey, I don't know if you're like swinging back or if you've been lurking around, but I think we're about to close things out here for the day. At an uncharacteristically earlier time, but well, I mean, I can say an uncharacteristically earlier time, which that part is not really untrue at all, and yet the time in which I have been streaming for something quite close to my usual projections, at least. But on that note, let me go ahead and move to the end of the stream screen here, as I quickly try to figure out what to do with this. Oh yeah, I don't have the now playing thing on the screen because I don't use it all the time, but I am using it now, so might as well. But well, the outlook is looking a little bit different given that given that the time is different. It usually end at this time, but I think that's something we have a chance to do today, which we don't always have, and I think we rarely have, as a matter of fact, is for a quick raid, which I think the fact that we're doing a raid at this point is gonna be oddly appropriate for a quick raid at Nervous Rambler, who I think went live just a little while ago. I think she was doing a podcast a little bit ago, but unfortunately it all happened, while I was doing the stream. But she is doing a stream right now, and I think, fittingly enough, she is doing a bit of a, it's not really a reason to call it a bit, but I think she's doing a sponsor stream right now. So this raid might end up being quite fitting, wink wink. So I hope you can join me for that, but yeah, there we go. This has been my little guided foray into the Neo TWEWY demo, and also a bit more Higurashi to close us out. So I will hopefully try to be back tomorrow with hopefully a bit less of this perennially occurring and perennially cycling sleep cycle shenanigans that I have. I mean, it's in the name, but that doesn't mean I have to like it, but anyway. But that is where we're gonna be leaving things over today. Like I said, we'll be back next week, hopefully with more things, more Higurashi, more Chrono Trigger, more Famicom Detective Club, and perhaps something else entirely. But for now, I will say, y'all take it easy. And thank you everybody for coming, like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat, and I will see you later.